What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes. And the target is hit. And
it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Mervyn
Scott Baker, 118. Big 18. He's such a rhythm player. Double top for the match, and what a finish from Charlie Martin.
One dart at the ball to get over the finishing line, and one dart at the ball.
Game shot on the fourth flat.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
Another
fourth
three
flat.
dart combination.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to Monday here at the Modus Super Series as we head into week 9 of Series 10. There's a big name debut in Mervyn King. He's going to be making his bow at the live lounge today, and he's going to be joined alongside a legend of this building. 5-time weekly winner Steve West is going to make his return, and making his return following his exploits last week. Yep, we got him back. Scott Mitchell is here alongside us once again. And you were here on Saturday evening to see Devon Peterson pick up the trophy. Look, he's been through his trials and tribulations over the last few years, but I think victories like that he's going to really enjoy and embrace, isn't he?
Absolutely, and I think he put himself through a few of those trial and tribulations all through the week. You know, sort of fluffed his lines in Group A, came through Group B in 3rd place, so didn't dominate that, didn't really get over the Group A and the chance to win it. But then once he got here on Saturday night, it was head on, game head on, and he pretty much went through the card.
To beat Andreas Harrison twice in a night's impressive. To beat him 4-0 twice in a night is unheard of.
And we'll probably never see the like again, let's be honest. Andreas loved this place and was superb on Thursday night, and then he sort of failed to deliver that again. But even with Andreas failing to deliver those heights, he still made the final.
So Devon Peterson securing his place through to Champions Week. Now this is how the land is beginning to line. Now Derek Coulson and Scott Campbell have confirmed their places in Group A. The other players that are in your picture in orange, well, they could be moved to any which group. The players on the left-hand side could play the week of the players on the right-hand side will definitely be in a 2-day group. That'll get underway on the 21st of April. The Champions Night is on the 26th of April, and that is live with us here on Pluto TV. So that's how Champions Week is looking, but how is Week 9 looking here at the Super Series? Well, we told you about the debut of Mervyn King here. We'll talk about him in a little bit more detail in just a second. Charlie Martin's had a good year on the ADC circuit. We'll be seeing him in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Tommy Lishman's had a great start to the Challenge Tour season. But the player at the top of that particular bracket there, David Williams. Now, he played in a couple of influencer events. He's been given an invite to play at the Super Series, but he is a serious player. You spent time with him at Q School, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've sat on the same table. He's a good friend of Westies, obviously, after their exploits here in in that week and winning the pair. So, yeah, you know, he's a real nice guy, and I, you know, he has got levels. There's no two ways about it. In this shot there, you know, we sort of petered him out with 48 gram darts in this one, so to try and level it out in the Influencers Week. But he's a good lad and a good player, and yeah, and he's a massive social media influencer. So to have him in playing at his best, because he will have to play his best, but he does have the game for it if he can get it out there.
Saw Steve West lift a trophy there with David, and Steve West has got a familiar habit of lifting trophies here at the Super Series. 5 weekly titles, nobody's won more of them here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What do you think the recipe is with Steve West and winning in this building?
Again, it's all about, for players, it's all about where you've had success, it always feels good to go back and play where you've had success. It gives you that another 5% on your game. And he has just so many good memories here. He has very few bad ones here. So you kind of go in there and you feel good about it the minute you walk in the door this morning.
Well, he is going to fancy his chances, but the bookmakers do not have him as the favourite to go on and win the week, because it's Mervyn King at 11-4 that has that mantle. And I suppose you can understand why, because he's just dropped off the Pro Tour. He's done decent stuff on the Challenge Tour. He's had Pro Tour call-ups and made the most of it. But is this a week where you look at some of the names in there, and I suppose Tommy Lishman at 10-1 as well is one that springs to mind, where potentially, if you don't back the favourite, there's a little bit of value?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, both Lishman, Charlie Martin, not quite proved himself here yet. Had a good run in the Global Championship. He's a player that's going forward, so there's no reason why 11-1 he's not good value this week also.
In terms of Mervyn King, what do you expect to see from him?
I'm not sure actually. I think we're going to see the Mervyn that we know and love, and he's just a solid player. Does solid things, does the things in the right moments, and I expect to see a little bit more than that, but from him this week. But it's the round robin stuff. I don't know whether he does much round robin. It does sort of change things. If you happen to lose a game, you're off for a game, back on for a game. So it could be something that's very different for him to do. And again, we've seen Steve Beaton come here and say how difficult it is. It looks easier when you're watching from home. We're going to find out with Mervyn King how he feels about it.
It is 18+, scavenaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And as I say, Mervyn King is involved in the first game of the session. He takes on Steve West. So a day return against one of the most experienced players in this building. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with Mervyn to get his thoughts ahead of his debut here at the Live Lounge. Mervyn, welcome along to the Modus Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this challenge?
I can't wait to get going. I heard a lot about it, seen a lot of it on, when I've been watching online. Mm-hmm. Some good players, good standard. Looking forward to it.
So what do you know about the Super Series from kind of watching and seeing bits from the past?
It's not really a lot different than other tournaments, but or other leagues as such. But the lack of crowd, that's going to be one contributing factor. And for some people that are maybe a little bit nervous in front of people, that'll help them. The standard's very good.
Let's talk about this year. How much are you looking forward to trying a couple of new challenges, this included?
Yeah, this and also the seniors, even though I'm only 35. There's a lot to play in, there's a lot to try, a lot of new stuff for me. I think I'm busier now than I've ever been, to be honest with you.
Obviously, you would have been disappointed to have lost your car, but actually, is it quite refreshing? I know, obviously, you would have wanted to still been on tour, but after so many years playing there, just doing different things, playing different tournaments, maybe just seeing different things to the past.
And meeting a new clientele as well. I mean, players that I've never even met, let alone played against. And there's a lot of good people out there, and that'd be looking forward to meeting them and playing against them.
And finally, in terms of this week, you set any goals, expectations, or are you going to take it as it comes?
I'm going to come in and I'll just take it as it goes, mate. Each leg, one leg at a time. It's new to me, so I'm, as I've always stated, you're always learning at this game, and I dare say I should be learning quite a bit this week.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Mervyn. Good luck this week.
Cheers, thank you.
Looking good and sounding good is Mervyn King, but we're going to find out whether he has got the winning formula here at the Super Series. He takes on Steve West in his first ever game here at the Live Lounge in Port. I suppose somewhat of a baptism of fire for the King to take on a man who knows this building more than anybody else. For Mervyn, 59 years of age, from Bradwell, twice a BDO World Championship runner-up, won 8 PDC titles over the course of his career. up against Steve West, who is playing his best darts or winning on a more regular basis as he approaches his 50s. The 49-year-old from Waltham Abbey, as you can see, a multiple weekly winner here, and he has just found that winning touch here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth since his debut 2 years ago. Game 1 of 15, they were going to be broadcasting to you live here on Pluto TV. Owen Binks is wearing the trousers on stage.
First leg,
He's our
it's
referee
Mervyn to
for
throw
all
first.
15 matches on this
Game
Monday
on.
morning. And it is Mervyn King to get us underway. In your own time, Merv. The pair having a chat before the match gets underway. Maybe, Scott, we can go home. Maybe they're just going to commentate on the matches for us.
60.
Well, that'd be a revolutionary idea, wouldn't it? Let's put them in Madonna-type headphones, and we could clear off, and they could just stay up there and have a chat.
As long as you still get paid.
55.
Well, yeah, we could sit here and watch it and press a few buttons, maybe. But yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
But it's very interesting. We were talking during that interview there from Mervyn King, and it's interesting you were saying a very good interview,
140.
sounding as if he's in a very good place. Look, it's not easy when you drop off tour, particularly after the amount of years Mervyn's played on it. But it feels like he's embracing new
100.
challenges in his career.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. It was an 18-year stint, give or take. I remember my very first TV tournament being the UK Open.
123.
At Bolton at the Reebok Stadium, as it was called then, and that was 2007, and I was one of the ones that was a little bit wet behind the ears,
140.
having qualified, and I was in with the 32 qualifiers being shown around the place, and in walked Merv, and yeah, so he's been there and had a card since 2007, and yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a shock to the system, but I'm sure he will see, as I did, there is sometimes life away from the Pro
100.
Tours.
136.
Well, we've already seen him at the World Seniors Championship. And here at the Super Series, look at the kick-off. We have a ton plus check-out in his first leg. Another one of them leaves him 8-8. 2 8s. Well, that would have been some way to have announced his
120.
arrival.
Stevie required
It would indeed,
106.
and one thing we're already seeing from Merv King, he will not be rushed and he will not be speeded up, he will not be anything. On this
40.
hockey, he
Mervyn
will own
required
and boss
60.
the hockey.
8-8. And now 4 to take his first leg on this stage.
8.
They both kissed the wire but couldn't find a way through, and so West has an opportunity to intercept here. 66. Tops. Would have been for a pinch of a leg.
Require 8.
It would have been a pinch, and sometimes it's knowing how far to let your opponent go, and Mervyn has made a career of
Games
that,
on the
and there we
first
go.
leg. Mervyn
You didn't
King.
expect him to miss that at all.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Mervyn's had
41.
one of the most distinguished careers of any player that's ever played the sport. 3-time major champion in the BDO/WDF system. Won the World Masters back in 2004.
60.
Won the International Darts League, which was a event which was televised in the Netherlands in 2005. He beat Tony O'Shea in both of those finals, the World Masters in 04, and then won 13-11 in the International Darts League final. Also won the Finder Masters in 2005. He beat Martin Idams by 5-4 in that particular final.
177.
Highlight of his career. He won that final against Tony O'Shea Bridlington by 7-6, although he did trail in that final 5-3.
56.
And when he was at his best on the BDO/WDF side, of course, had those couple of finals at the Lakeside too. He was one of the
58.
perennial winners on that circuit for a number of years.
Yeah, he was, and it got to the point where, you know, what was left for him to do, it was the only thing left for him to do, I think, was to move across. Yeah, he hadn't won a world championship, but he pretty much had everything else in his resume. So you know, sometimes you have to compromise in life, and
174. Steve,
jumped ships, and I don't think he's ever looked back.
$64. Mervyn require 32.
This was 2-0 lead. Double 16 after 12.
Game
This
on the
is a
second
really
leg.
solid start from
Mervyn
Mervyn King. I suppose this is kind of the start that we expected from
Third
him.
leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Playing
Game.
solid and playing to a level which, if he can ascertain over the course of the day, is going to be very difficult for the rest of the field to keep up with. And that's his first max in this building,
180.
averaging now in excess of a ton.
For me, we know that Merv has struggled with a back injury for a few years now, and I think 5 games a day, to and fro from the board, and obviously having to up and down a few steps at a time. It's going to be, for me, how his back goes. For me, I think Steve Beaton said, you know, it was a long, long week. Simon Whitlock's come off the tour and come here and said,
60.
you know, playing in Group A and then going to the end of the week and making the Saturday night, it was a long, long week. And I think that we could get out at the end of the week and find Merv saying something similar.
99.
And for Steve Beaton, he mentioned that on the back of a campaign where he'd won the Group A, so he never played the 5 days. We're going to be hoping
81.
that
Mervyn
he'll be having a couple of
86.
days off on Thursday and Friday. And if he carries on playing to this standard, it's very much a possibility on for potential 11 data here if he can find double 16. This is a blistering start.
Game shot on the third leg.
Mervyn King 3-0 up in the blink of an eye. Steve West has been given 1 dart to the
Full leg,
double
it's
so
Steve
far
to
in this
throw
contest.
first. Game on.
3-0 to the good, averaging just under 105. We thought that he was going to be a player once he made his arrival here at
41.
the Super Series. He could be a real threat to the rest of the field, and he really is showing that quality here.
100.
Westy recently moved more local to the venue.
140.
Been down here so much, kind of like the area, so decided to come and move down here.
Him and his wife Michelle relocating down to the south coast now. Them two love it so much here that
57.
their honeymoon was actually in Portsmouth.
Playing that week, was he?
Well, he got married on the Saturday. It was a lovely day.
96.
And then the Monday he was due to play down here at the Super Series. And he would then go on to win the week. And it was a very emotional one for him because he had his
83.
family there and it meant a lot to Steve. But it looks like this is a game that's not going to go to plan because Mervyn King here adding in excess of 106. And I think the worrying thing for the rest of the field is he's playing to a high level,
133.
but it looks like he's hardly broken sweat yet. Leaving himself on a double after 12. It was an 11 darter in the previous leg.
26. Mervyn require 32.
Can he wrap it up here in some style? Double 16. Mervyn King has announced his arrival at the Super Series. His first match sees him average 103.66. Turn on the style. And he has said to everybody else in this field that he is here to claim some scouts. He is here to pick up the jackpot. A 4-0 victory against Steve West, and what a performance. Average of 103.66. 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. Mervyn King beat Steve West by 4 legs to 0. Coming up next, Jamie Atkins up against Michael Huntley. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King! And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth to the Modus Super Series, where Mervyn King has more than announced his arrival here at the live lounge in Portsmouth with a 4-0 victory against Steve West, averaging 103.66. The King is very much up and running. Next up for us is a meeting between two players who have become regular customers here at the Super Series, as Michael Huntley takes on Jamie Atkins. For Huntley, this is his 8th appearance here. He's only previously qualified for one Saturday night. And for Jamie Atkins, what he's looking to put right as well, a record here at the live lounge, which probably could be better than what he'd expect for a player of his quality. 36-year-old from Warwick was runner-up the last time he was here. It's the only finals night he's made in his previous 3 appearances here. As for Huntley, babyface from Wales, they'll be hoping that he's not put in the corner come the end of the day's proceedings. But for Jamie Atkins, a player for whom 2024 heralded a lot of success, played here a few times, had a couple of decent runs on the Challenge Tour, England International as well. So perhaps it's appropriate
First leg, it's
to
Jamie
talk
to
about
throw
him.
first.
It's England captain, Scott
Game
Mitchell.
on.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, but Jamie and I have been roommates on Six Nations duty and stuff, so
57.
know a little bit about him. He's obviously a fantastic dart player. That bit we all know. But he's also a real
64.
nice guy to be around. Quite amusing. And another one of those I sort of class as a friend.
134.
Sort of outside of darts as well. We do sort of message each other and stay in contact now and then. I think you kind of do that once you become roommates with it, particularly with your country, and you've had success with it. So
140.
Yeah, particularly if you mix the toothbrushes up.
yeah, well, one of us talks more than the other, so it's pretty easy to spot which toothbrush is which.
180.
One's a bit bigger, like a good bog brush, and the other one's sort of a normal sized toothbrush.
Jamie Atkins with his first max leads himself for the finish after 9, and he's going to get 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg of the contest. Fair to say, that was a little bit safe.
98.
He's going to leave himself on a double after 12. It feels like already we are going to see some of the better performers this year on the Challenge Tour raise their game, and it's going to be down to the rest of the field to follow. We saw a really good performance from Mervyn King in the opening match of the day. And Jamie Atkins
41.
has got off to a
Jamie
very
requires
positive start in the
32.
scoring stakes, but how's his finishing? He's got 3 in hand, a double 16 here. Now 2 8s.
Game shot the first.
Finishing's
leg.
okay as well.
Jamie
14
Atkins.
darter. Atkins 1 up.
Yeah, nicely done by Jamie.
Second leg, it's Michael.
His first game for England. I think he won Player of the Weekend or Player of the Match or something in that match. Just shy of 100 average, and on debut,
100.
that is pretty tasty indeed.
$44.
We do have the British Internationals happening this weekend at Skegness.
Golden Palms, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
96.
Boys, girls, women's and men's all taking each other on from England, Scotland and Wales.
140.
Yeah, you're not the only person that works here that's going to be in the England squad that weekend. Because Lord Turner's going to be in the England squad as well.
She is indeed.
76.
So is Mr. Cole.
Yeah, Jared Cole's going to be playing in that over the course of the weekend. You'll be taking a break from the day
100.
job to then do the day job.
One or two others who have obviously appeared here as well. So a few faces and names one would know.
29.
Well, Atkins here getting off to a real strong start. 14 tartar in the first leg.
42.
But a slip for the last start means that Huntley's got 6 here from this 200 to level the game up at 1 apiece. And making best use of it.
140.
He'll take that. And that slip for the last start there for Jamie Atkins could prove so costly.
95. Michael requires 60.
So both on 2 darters, but Michael only needs a single to leave the double.
Game shot the second leg.
Takes out
Michael Huntley.
the 60 in the end to level the score 1 apiece.
Third leg is Jamie to throw first.
Yeah, Mike has had very success on Seniors Tour. This is where he's probably most known. You know, he's had a couple of appearances here and done sort of relatively well, but not how he would have wanted them to go on.
134.
Yeah, he was. I think he won a couple of Seniors Tour events and has been prominent in
60.
Seniors TV events as well. He's another one of those that have benefited from the sort of past 50s events.
100. $100. $41. 60.
Atkins here looking to open up a 2-1 lead. Right about last time he was here was J.A. Lost out in the final to John
59.
Henderson on that particular occasion. Quite the week was that week. A week which also featured the likes of Cam Crabtree, Danny Jansen,
100.
Aidan Kirk,
Game
Martin
number
Thomas.
167.
Robert Thornton missed out in the finals that particular week, as did Chris Gilliland and Kevin Burnett.
Yeah, very star-studded week indeed.
131.
Certainly ticking in the right
Game number
direction is Jamie
36.
Atkins, but is he going to be ticking in the right direction in this game? Looks a double 18 for a 2-1 lead. Double 9 is fine.
On the third leg.
And Atkins
Jamie
re-establishes his advantage at 2-1. Visit perfect
Full
so
flag
far.
is
Might be
Michael
2
to
from
throw
5 in his
first.
doubles, but
Game on.
every single time he's had a visit to the board and he's had doubles in hand, he's taken the opportunity.
Yeah, he returns back to the table with the double in his pocket. That's all you can ask of
60.
yourself.
Well, Matthew Edgar mentions it a lot. Visit functionality. Sometimes the actual double stats could be a little bit misconstrued. Bo Grease had a very good run of it last year where
78.
the doubling percentages may have been around 40%, but every single time she came back to the board with an opportunity to take out a double, she would take it. So effectively, she was 100%
41.
in terms of finishing the leg off in that visit, despite her doubles only being around 40%.
Yeah, they can be a little bit misconstrued, but
96.
as long as you're hitting them one at one, 100% is pretty easy to read, really. It's every time you get there, you're out. But yeah, I'm one of those that I feel that as long as you hit a double with 3 in hand and you've got a double, you're going at tops, 3 darts in your hand, as long as you hit it for 1, I don't mind. 33%, most players will be happy with that, 1 in every 3 darts.
100.
And playing towards a base that we've kind of expected from him. His annual numbers are 88.93, Jamie Atkins. 36% is double over the course of the last season. Only Mervyn King has a better ratio in both terms of average for the year and in terms of doubles hit for the year. And he's playing towards those numbers here, averaging 90.61, doubling at around about 40%. And that's kind of what Jamie is. He's one of those players that, yes, we may see the odd high average from him, but he will play at this real consistent base.
Yeah, he's been like that for a while. I got to be honest, until Dorset got into the Premier League of the county system, I didn't know a lot about Jamie.
86. Michael, you require 90.
Obviously, I've met him with England and stuff.
$59.
He had a couple of county seasons where he was absolutely on fire. Top of the rankings in the national rankings.
46. Michael, you require 31.
That's a big chance he's let slip there.
He's just opened up the door, hasn't he? Double 16 for 2-2.
15.
Well, we've
Jamie
spoken about
require
visit
10.
functionality. Both players have passed an opportunity to one another, and this time it's Huntley's turn to pass the parcel back to Jamie Atkins, who's going to split 2-4 to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. 2-2s.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
And it goes, last
Jamie
dart in
Atkins.
hand. Atkins has a 3-1 lead. He has the throw for the match.
5th flag, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $60.
He did have the throw
60.
today to start the match, so slight advantage to Jamie Atkins, and that's how we think as dart players. We think of it that way.
42.
Mike will be thinking tomorrow when he plays Jamie, he will have the darts, and maybe he's at the slight advantage, but just losing his range here a little bit.
24.
His first game of the day. Getting a few sighters in. He's not a million miles away from it, but he'll be disappointed
58.
nonetheless if he doesn't manage to turn this round into a couple more legs for himself.
Well, the last few times we've seen Michael here, it's been a direct invite through Group C. But because he's done so well in the ADC Order of Merit back in Wales, he's actually qualified his way through to a direct ticket in Group A. His 8th appearance here,
100.
but just one finals night in his previous 7. I think he'll be one of those players that
125.
we know that he's got bundles of ability, but we'll feel like he's not made that true breakthrough that he would have liked by now.
91.
I think that's a fair assumption, but again, he's one of those guys that you can't not like. I get on with him really well. Straight talker. Sometimes he gets a bit frustrated on the board,
22.
which
Jamie Maguire,
I think we all do at times.
150.
So you have to sort of take that with a pinch of salt. But once the game's done, he has his 5 minutes, and he's then looking at himself, never blaming an opponent.
109. Michael Maguire,
Always looks at himself at his own game and assesses things from that. It's a clever way to do it.
Well, a few strays and sprays in this leg has given Atkins an opportunity to seal the job
80.
here.
Jamie
It
Maguire,
was a
41.
decent start. He's laboured a little bit more towards the finishing line, but that finishing line is now within his sight. He's going to have a couple of darts in his hand, a double 16 to get the job done. 2 8s. Completes it for Jamie Atkins. A 4-1 victory against Michael Huntley to get his week underway. A puff of the cheeks. He knows that there's more gears to go. Both players know they played nowhere near their best in that match. Huntley shakes his head. He knows there's more to come from him this week. But for Jamie Atkins, even if it wasn't a vintage display, it's a winning start. And this is how he did it. Average of 81.74. 4 from 11 with a K to the finishing. As for Michael Huntley, well, work to do for him as the week develops. So that is game 2 done and dusted. When the Idams and Max de Jong in the ADC European battle takes place next.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie Maguire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
Maguire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
Maguire,
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
Maguire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
Maguire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jamie Atkins got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1. That's game 2 done and dusted. Our third match sees the two ADC European players go toe-to-toe as former weekly winner Rene Idams takes on Max de Jong. It's a meeting between Rene of Germany and Max of the Netherlands in this European battle. For Rene, he has won here previously. That was back in Series 4. He beat Steve Brown in the final. Now 35 years of age, the Cube, who of course famously took Michael van Gerwen all the way at the World Championship. Up against Max de Jong, the 33-year-old from Leiden, his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Last time he was here was around about this time last year, where he would find himself involved in a week which Andreas Harrison would go on to win, and he'd go on to win the series. Myself and Scott Mitchell in commentary for you throughout the course of the day.
On.
In fact, I've just had a look at the week that Max de Jong was in last time. And
134.
in fairness to him, it was a bit of a baptism of fire on his debut. Have a listen to this for a week that Max de Jong was involved in last time. It was won by Andreas Harrison. That was the series he'd go on to win. Mike Warburton lost the final. David Evans, Leonard Gates, Greg Ritchie and David
96.
Davis were involved in the semi-finals and the quarter-finals. Clu Bevan, Connor Scutt didn't qualify. Ashley Coleman didn't qualify.
58.
Neither did Jared Cole. Max de Jong, obviously in there alongside Michael Burgoyne, although Jared did hit a 9-darter.
40.
Oh, that week. Now you've mentioned that, I know which week you're talking about. Yeah, wow.
Is that because he's shown you that video on YouTube about 10 times as well?
85.
No, I've never seen it.
It was a great feat for Jared Cole and a great shout out for Mark Salmon as well. Anyway, Rene Idams looking at 146 to take out the opening leg on throw.
$27. Rene 146.
Take starts on 146. Stayed there to leave double 13.
84.
Going to come back down, leaving 62 upon his return.
$53. Rene requires 62.
De Jong yet to find his scoring boots.
Game shot on the first leg.
But Rene Idams has found his doubling boots. One dart, a double.
Second leg, it's Max to throw first.
One conversion.
Game.
One up, 6 visit leg. He'll take it for starters and he'll be hoping to improve as the week goes on.
96.
Max qualified here by winning the ADC European qualifying tour
95.
at the end of last year. The other such qualifiers include Leon Weber, who of course cannot play here because he won his tour card. Patrick Klingelhofer. What a name that is.
130.
Paul Nicholson's going to have some great fun if he's commentating on his week. Arna Spee, who's seen this series. Jim Meyer, who will be returning before too long. Rick Hessink, who we
134.
saw not too long ago. And Ricardo Ulrich, the other players to have won through that qualifying tour.
45.
I honestly thought you made that name up then.
I'd have to have a brain cell to come up with that.
96.
Yes, you would. You carry on sitting there looking pretty, mate. You can't be everything.
140.
And I can't be pretty either. But
Well, I didn't like to highlight that, but there we go. Yeah, you will be the calendar pin-up. You would be if we had a
185.
Super Series calendar.
there's nobody else available. Anyway, De Jong here looking to level up at 1 apiece. He's going to have a dart in his hand. A double 7. Not going to take it.
71.
So Idams here leaving tops after 12. Looking for the break at a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second.
Yeah, nicely done on
Rene
10s.
Idams. Third, I get Rene.
Enjoys being in the lead in these games, isn't he? He's, in these legs, is Rene. I wonder if he's a Clint Eastwood fan. Is that why
41.
he's got a little toothpick in his mouth when he throws?
We do see players chew gum. Jockey Wilson
100.
famously sucked on a wine gum in that world final against Eric Bristow in '89. So it is something we have seen from
100
players before, but I'm not sure I've seen a toothpick before. And I please warn our camera crew, please do not zoom in on a toothpick.
So, no. Yeah, back in my
33.
early days in the BDO, you weren't allowed anything. You weren't allowed anything. You weren't allowed to chew on anything. You weren't supposed to have gum. You weren't supposed to have anything. But I think we became around the diabetic age, and certain people were making sure they had sort of energy sweets in their cases.
93.
And I think it was something that was relaxed and maybe eased.
95.
As the 2000s sort of went on.
Well, Idams here is making all the running in this match, averaging just under 94, leaving 126 after
85.
12.
Rene
De Jong,
126.
well, he's playing okay, but he's being outplayed by the German, who's looking at the ball. Doesn't have to for the 126, and so decides to
86.
set up and leave tops upon his return.
$50. Rene require 40.
For 3-0.
$20. Max, you require
Not to be, and so De Jong will
140.
come back here, looking at 140 to get the break and to bring it back to 2-1. Not to be on this occasion, and so Idams is going to get 3 more to open up a
60.
3-leg
Rene
lead.
require 20. Game shot on the third.
Yeah, nicely
leg.
converted
Rene
from
Idams.
Idams.
Full flag, it's Max to throw first. Game on.
Idams running an average of just under 90, so he's being very solid at the minute.
57.
That's De Jong just struggling to find trebles at this particular moment in time in the first game.
96. $44. $180.
Idams with his first max, now looking to really see this game through. He's just overpowered Max de Jong in this encounter, if the truth be told.
100.
And he's now 2 within 6 darts of getting the job done once and for all.
Looking like he's going to need all 6 as well.
55.
He doesn't have to go for the big fish, and one would
125,
suspect if he gets a couple of trebles, he will probably divert his eyes away. We'll never know the answer to that particular question, but what we do know is he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter. Polly's return to get the job done. And so far today, it's been 3 convincing wins. Mervyn King 4-0 against Steve West.
99.
Jamie Atkins 4-1 against Michael Huntley. And if Idams can convert to 72, it'll be a 4-0 win for him. Double 6 to get the job wrapped up.
60. Max requires 76.
Not to be this time, so De Jong comes back for 76. 61's got to go the 11 routes for ball.
$45.
Not to be this time, so Idams come back to finish it off.
No score.
He's hit the wrong double.
31.
So De Jong back for the 31.
Well, this is an opportunity which he probably didn't expect. But it's an opportunity which he's took.
De
Jong brings it back to 3-1. Idams with the darts here to round this contest off. Having missed the darter double 12 and double 6 respectively.
60.
To complete what would have been a rout. But he has played some stuff on the
85.
Challenge Tour this year. Not great success. Has won just the solitary match played
81.
in Challenge Tours 6, 7, 8 and 9. So the second batch of games. Won just the one match. Perhaps worryingly 84.31 is his highest
59.
average. That was in a defeat to Graham Hall. Sorry, Matthew Hall, shall I say, by 5 legs to 3. Had defeats to the likes of Jensen Walker, Kevin Trotman in and amongst the mix.
85.
Running at an average on that tour of 77.12 over those events. For the year, 82.29.
41.
31% in terms of his checkout stats.
$125. $78. Max record 147.
Well, Rennie Idams has just gone off the boil a little bit here, but Max Jong is just incrementally getting better. And if the German isn't careful, then his Dutch opponent could be getting towards an even kilter in much quicker time than he would have liked.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself, mate. 120 in the board. He's just stopped himself hitting a 180.
159.
Nicely picked up the 159. So De Jong, you feel, has to get rid of this 50 pronto.
Double top.
30.
It doesn't go, and so Rennie Idams, who missed 3 darts to win the match in the previous leg, isn't going to pass an opportunity by here. He waited for the confirmation to see whether it was in, but it is a win for Rennie Idams to kick off his Super Series campaign. He's got the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 1, and that rounds off the first round of fixtures. Idams a 4-1 victor in the meeting between Germany and the Netherlands. That's round 1 completed. Round 2 is going to get underway after the break when Steve West takes on Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The first round's worth of matches have been completed. And before the break, Rennie Idams got the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Jamie Atkins and Steve West go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. Steve looking for not just his first win, but his first leg. And the first task for Jamie Atkins there was to move the water in the order which he sees fit. He beat Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1 in his first match. There was glimmers of good stuff. Perhaps feel like there's more in the tank for him going into this game against Steve, who didn't really get going in this opening match against Mervyn King, although Mervyn did pile in a 103.66 average against him. We'll see him against Max de Jong next. But for Steve, it'll be all about resetting, and I think somebody that's won as much as he has done here will have no problem doing that. But for Jamie Atkins, I think he would have taken that for an opening performance. Yes, there was gears still to go. He'll be the first to admit that.
131.
But he's the type of player you feel like first time in a group A. He's previously only played in the Thursday and Friday groups.
140.
He'll grow as the week goes along.
I'm sure you're right on that front.
$100.
Yeah, moved along the hockey nicely, and the reason for that is so that he has the opportunity to leave himself 170 with only a 1 treble visit and leave himself on a finish, but Westy is, as you can see in the background,
60.
motivating himself.
161. $127.
Westy was always going for that. You could tell in his eyes.
$56. Stevie requires 34.
Well, he attacked the bullseye and he's going to attack the double 17.
Game
So
shot.
unlike the bullseye, he finds his
Steve
target.
West.
Last start in hand. Steve West gets his first leg of the day on the board.
And that's
Second leg is
confidence.
Jamie to throw first. Game
Not sure what you would have got on the odds with the bookies being his first leg of double 17. I think they'd have been quite high.
The lesser spotted of all the
97.
doubles on the board. Double 17 is the one that is hit the least.
Yeah, because generally I think the two's in your eye line when you start looking at the double 17. You think,
60.
oh, I could two this up and shoot off to 16s. Just as easy.
And there's not many finishes where you naturally break down to that either. So it's just not a target area you'll normally go for.
You generally leave it by mistake, don't you?
There was a spell at the World Championships
100.
where they went 4 tournaments without double 17 being hit.
Is that so? Well done, you. You
100.
got some knowledge, you have.
Knowledge is the bomb.
$81.
Don't just have pie charts on my laptop, Scott.
I know, but if knowledge is the bomb, you've got to make sure you've got to have enough knowledge so that you can blow in your own nose.
93.
Well, this feels like one of those games where the player throwing first may just have that slight edge. It happened to Steve West in the first leg. It's happening to Jamie Atkins here in leg 2.
93.
Needs himself on 130 after 12. What can West leave?
100.
Well, he's on a finish,
Only
but he's
103.
frustrated. It's not less than 138. 130 for Atkins to level up. Chase the treble, which means he's not going to get an opportunity at the ball.
75. Stevie
Yeah,
requires
chase the treble and then
148.
straight, didn't he, there? Bit unfortunate.
$99. Jamie requires 55.
And so Atkins here looking at 55 for level match, a 1 apiece. Double top. 2 10s. Doesn't go, and so
45.
West comes back for a break
Stevie
opportunity
requires
and
49.
for 2-leg lead in this contest.
$29. Jamie, you require 10. Game shot on the second.
Yeah, nicely
Jamie
chewed up
Atkins.
from a former roommate. Atkins goes 1-1.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Right, we've got some time, and it's only, Scott, it's only me, you, and our friends watching at home that can
140.
hear what you're about to say here. What was Jamie Atkins like as a roommate?
Like I say, very easygoing and a good lad. He was
180.
pretty much like what he's on the dartboard, really.
78.
That sometimes reflects. So what I'm saying is I'm maybe a bit of a talkative roommate. I don't know. But yeah, no, he was a good roommate.
42.
Sort of hung out together a bit, and sort of like when we left the room together, we'd come back to the room together. He was that sort of roommate, really. He was still relatively new
26.
to England then as well. First time he'd been at a Six Nations when we roomed. So yeah, no, he's just a genuinely nice person, and as are the people around him. He's one of those.
99.
But once you put him on a dartboard, stick a dart in his hand, he hasn't got the biggest of bellies, but there's a lot of fire in there.
140.
And as you can see, Scott Mitchell's a good roommate because what happens on tour stays on tour.
Absolutely correct.
60.
I see how you tried to
Stevie
throw me under the bus there.
170.
No, he's easy to talk about. There's nothing to hide.
57. Jamie require
He's looking at 120 here to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Trouble for tops. Just underneath, and so West is going to come back for this 62.
82. Stevie requires 60.
Cling on to his throw. Now, the flight with dart 1 there was very, very awkward, which is why the first one went high. And then you saw just a little bit of a clip of the barrel with dart 3. Atkins will do everything in his power to split. He hates the doubles down the southern side of the board. He finds the double 16. He finds the break of throw. And he finds himself in control of this contest.
Game on.
Yeah, it was made all the more easier there for him, for Westy with 3 in hand, but it's a strange one there because, like you say, he threw the top one, the first one at tops to Steve West,
57.
to the left to give himself the space to the right. And that sort of second dart wasn't kind of sat to being helpful. And ended up having to come across a little bit and then caught the first dart, the flight of the first dart, and that caused him all the problems, but no such problem for Atkins. He came back in, one there,
57.
and it was leg over.
$100.
Well, Devon Peterson won on
96.
Saturday. The man hailing from Bradford. It was a good winning Saturday for Bradford in the sporting world. Devon winning at the Super Series. Bradford beat Colchester in the Football League. I know Owen Binks, the referee, was there, and I'm sure he's had better days watching his team play. Although he's still convinced that they're going to have a top 7 finish in the EFL League 2.
$100.
There he is, one of the ultras.
Jamie Atkins is a Wolverhampton Wanderers fan. But he does have one of his dart shirts. He looks more like a Villa fan. And I have mentioned that to him in the past. And that's when I've seen him at his most angry.
Yep, one's destined for the quarterfinals of the Champions League, while one is close to the Championship. Atkins 1-3-5 for 3-1 lead. Well, he's got a plumb lie for the ball if he finds the treble here. He's unable to do so, so West has an opportunity to break back.
70.
Looking at 56, to square up at 2-2. But he's 1 from 8 on his doubles in this match.
Game on the fourth.
But only needed one invitation there to square the match up.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
One thing you'll get from Steve is his heart on his sleeve. He will tell you exactly what's what, how he's feeling, what is happening. He's one of those players that really is entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'll back up that full heart wholeheartedly. And sometimes he's really entertaining to watch when you play him.
No,
you can't ignore what he's doing. It's quite humorous, really.
He's had a couple of 9-darters in this building, including one in which he predicted. Now, do you remember the old days of the balcony where everything could be heard? Well, Steve shouted up to me and said, I'm going to hit a 9-darter in this game. And so, being the fella that I am, I've said in the studio link, well, Steve's promised us a 9-darter. And to quote the great David Croft, like Dick Turpin, he stood and he delivered.
And I remember then turned around and pointed at you and said, I told you. I remember that one. I think Owen Binks had a similar thing with Luke Littler this week where Luke had told him and tweeted him that he was going to hit a 9-darter with double 15 on the end.
Should have told me about that.
140.
I think that was even picked up on social media by some of the tabloid papers.
West here looking to turn the screw. Both back in the previous leg, now looking to move one away. 2 darts at double top.
70.
So it's been a love-hate
Jamie
relationship on that particular
140.
target today. 2 from 11 on his doubles. Atkins has an opportunity to break here. Has found the treble he needed to ensure he gets a dart to the double, but it just about squeezes in the single 17.
Game
But there's
shot
no
on the
mistake
fifth
about
leg.
the tops.
Jamie
The
Atkins.
first ton plus checkout of the week. And it's a checkout which gives
Super
Jamie
against Jamie
Atkins
to throw
a
first.
crucial break and
Game.
throw. Steve West shakes his head because he knows that he should be 3-2 up, but it's an opponent who's on the hill, and it is Jamie Atkins who has the darts in his hand to seal his second consecutive win.
100. $45. $91. $140. $140.
Atkins, a nice 140 there to leave the big fish.
60. Jamie require 107.
Will he be getting his Luke Littler replica rod out?
Another. Bullseye. Would have been some way to have won it. Would have been back-to-back ton plus outs to win it. But he's put his foot on the throttle when it's mattered most. Steve West missed a couple of opportunities to go 3-2 up.
Jamie
Atkins hit the 114, and he has bossed this leg brilliantly on throw. 8-8 to seal the job, to complete a 4-2 win, and to complete a second consecutive victory. For Jamie Atkins, well, it's a good start to the day. 2 decent performances, playing to type in that one. It was the 114 in the 5th leg, which was the real key difference after Steve West had missed a couple to go 3-2 up. 9 misses on the outer ring in the end for Steve West, and work for him to do, having lost his opening couple of matches. But for Jamie Atkins, it's the dream start. 2 wins from 2 for him. Coming up after the break, Mervyn King looking to do likewise against Max de Jong.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Atkins sealed his second win from 2 matches, getting the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2. Decent performance, average of 87, 4 from 7 in terms of doubling. It was that 114 checkout to put him 3-2 to the good, which was the key difference in that match. Next up for us, Mervyn King takes on Max de Jong. For Mervyn, well, he started life here at the Super Series perfectly. A 4-0 win
First leg, it's Max
against Steve West, average of 103.66. 40% when it came to his doubling. We expected a lot from him upon his arrival here at the Live Lounge, but maybe we didn't expect him to average that high that quickly.
140.
But he is the type of player that once he gets going, he can stay at that supremely high level as a base for the entirety of the day.
60.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. I have to say,
100.
for me, I'm interested now to see how Max handles this challenge here. Playing Mervyn. He's obviously lost his first game
59.
against Rennie Idams and kind of struggled a little, but he did get his first leg on the board of the week, which is always a good thing. What happens when you start playing the stars that you've watched on
100.
TV? All of a sudden, these become opportunities and your concentration levels go up and you start to play lots better.
40. Max,
You get dragged along in the moment, and then what happens is you get moments to win legs and stuff, and then that's when you find out whether your arm starts shaking, your leg starts twitching. So I'll be interested to see here where this goes,
82.
particularly this leg, because Max is in front.
Yeah, Max has got off to a really good start. There were signs of decent stuff against Rennie Idams. Full darts at a double. The scoring's okay at points. Just tailed off at key stages. But he's got off to a very, very quick start here. Double 11 to take the opening leg.
57.
2 darts missed, but it's not going to matter because Mervyn King is a long way back.
Yeah, had the opportunity to 6 that up, didn't he? And take it down to double 8.
177. Max, you require
Now the
22.
opportunity's probably not there.
Inside on the double
80.
11, and so King will
Mervyn
return.
102.
And this really would be a pinch of an opening leg if he takes out this 102. De Jong had absolutely dominated it. King was nowhere to be seen, but he's almost seized the initiative.
Max, you require 4.
Now there'll be pressure on this.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
credit to
Max
Max de Jong. Takes it out first time of asking. Didn't bow down to the King's ransom. 1-0
Second
to
leg,
de
it's
Jong.
Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
And now, no matter what happens, he'll be able to go home and tell his mates he was in front of Mervyn King.
Well, he certainly has an eye for tough weeks, doesn't he, Max de Jong? He won the European Qualified Tour last year. So it's actually the second consecutive year that he's won that particular tournament, won his place here via those particular sets of rankings.
44.
So there's obviously a player there. Didn't quite see the best of him the first time round. We've seen glimpses of good stuff from him so far today.
135.
But you've got to have ability to constantly come through those fields and to constantly qualify here.
100. $96.
So De Jong here way back on 357.
45.
I think this is what you're going to find with Mervyn King. He knows how to win his own legs, doesn't he? But based a career on it in the Pro Tours, and he makes himself very difficult to beat.
121.
It's all about matchcraft, isn't it, for Mervyn King? And he just knows ways of winning matches in so different ways. He could play like he did spellbindingly in match 1, but he could also find a way of clawing something out if it gets a little bit scrappy. He's upped it in this leg. 14 darter, back level at 1-1.
Yeah, he definitely has. It's like Max de Jong sort of sparked him into life, isn't it, with that first leg win.
And sometimes that is all that you need, isn't it? Just that little bit of a kick to get you going.
$85.
Such a prolific scorer, isn't he, Mervyn, at his best? And usually that first time, which you saw in that previous visit, when it hits well, then usually it's a case of you see 140s, 180s. And maybe that's just been the one thing, or one of the things that's been lacking in his game, that will scoring power.
128.
This is better from De Jong.
140.
He'll cause more of a problem if he can continue to do that to Mervyn King.
Now this is what we're talking about.
140.
That type of scoring dexterity. De Jong look at a 139 to make it 2-1, to cling on to his throw. Oh, he's going to leave himself handy enough. He's not going to leave himself directly on a double, but he's on a single to double if King cannot find the 148. Perfectly sat for another. But he's going to head down for treble 16. And that 48 is going to leave him tops. And he's going to find the tops. And he finds his first haymaker finish on the live lounge stage. And I think Mervyn King enjoyed that.
It's Mervyn to throw first.
He gets the break. He leads 2-1. And Max de Jong, who would have hoped he was going to come back for a couple of darts to re-establish the lead, has just been broken. And now King can break the back of this game.
128.
After a very sluggish start, Scott. 12 darter there on the back of a 14 darter on the leg before. He's averaging in excess of 102, and Max de Jong's going to have to hit plenty of them just to keep competitive.
Yeah, and that's been Merv's way today, isn't it? And it looks like he's going to go
140
and continue to do so. But then he's always been a prolific 140 scorer, hasn't he, Merv? Built his game around that 140 stuff. Staying straight as well. You don't see him stray very often in it. Many 85s and 81s. He's generally in the one first dart. Yeah, commentator's curse there. Lovely.
41.
And that look on that face shows what he thinks of it in a one first dart as well. He doesn't like it at all.
He's definitely, again, a bit like Steve West. One of those players that will give you tells. He will allow you to know
80.
how he's feeling at certain points in time. King. A dart behind on throwing this leg.
56.
De Jong looking at
Match required
141 to level up at
141.
2-2 and to get the break back. He was hit by the 148 in the previous leg. Is he going to respond with the 141 by going the treble 17 double 15 way? That's getting a little bit trendy, isn't it?
Well, it is getting very trendy and very topical. It only started last Thursday night.
60. Max required 30.
Merv's he's very old school, so he'll be thinking in his head, who leads double 15? Now it's double 13 to level it up. And he levels it up nicely.
Max de Jong.
Well done, Max de Jong.
Fifth leg,
Just shy of a 92 average is de Jong to be there for 2-2, so he's good for it.
Game on.
A 40 darter in that leg as well.
I hope those viewers on Pluto TV are enjoying
46.
bit of early morning darts this morning.
And if you're enjoying early morning darts that much, well, good news for you. We've got it again
41.
tomorrow, Wednesday, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And a very warm welcome to all of you that are watching Pluto
96.
TV while sat at work, probably on mute because you're not meant to have it on.
But we appreciate your custom all the same.
Even if you cannot hear us.
140.
Yeah, so thank you, Mavis, for watching on the third floor
60.
of an office block in Crawley.
Well, tied at 2-2 and tied in a tight spot.
55.
King unable to find a big treble there. And so it's opened up the door here for de Jong.
$59. $55.
Well, Mervyn's scoring power has just deserted him for a few moments and it's given de Jong the opportunity to intercept. I think he's going to have to work on his
84.
a couple of those misplaced darts. He's had a few which have strayed wide into the 5 this morning.
$58. Max required 156.
So 156. Not to be. And so King, look at the 152, kind of looking to do what he did
100.
in the previous leg on the de Jong throw. Find a big ton plus out to restrict the opportunities of the Dutchman. But unlike a couple of legs ago, de Jong will have a look at a single to double.
58. Max required
I think
56.
the body language of Merv showed that he wanted a little more than that to pressure this by a little bit more. Tops up then for de Jong. One in hand.
16.
Not to be this time.
Required 94.
A man will be experienced enough to know the inexperience of Max de Jong. And if you just keep putting him under pressure, then you may just get some extra opportunities as a
74.
result. But he's missed
Max
his chance
required
there.
40.
And so de Jong will come back looking to open up a 3-2 lead if he can find double top. Now double 10.
No score.
And now he has found the double
Mervyn
15 when
required
he didn't want it.
20.
Yeah, we wanted the double 15. He hit the double 4 next door. Similar sort of action.
And so 2 10s for Mervyn King to get the break to lead 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And
Mervyn
you feel
King.
like he's evaded a bullet there, Mervyn
Sick
King.
leg,
He
it's
gets
Mervyn
the
to throw
break, he leads
first.
3-2.
Game on.
And he now has the darts for the match.
$78. $174.
That's some start. It has been quite a patchy contest, if the truth be told. The good stuff has been really good, but there's been a few legs which have been just a
100.
little bit off the pace.
One of those streaky games, hasn't it? Been one of those streaky games.
Shouldn't say
97.
things like that to me at 11 o'clock in the morning, because I'm just thinking of bacon sandwiches.
You should have your mind on the game.
177.
Mervyn returns the compliment there. 174 and a 177 in this game.
20. Mervyn back 146.
Well, he's had the 148. Is he going to wrap it up with a 146? Didn't have to take it out on this occasion. Not going to take it out on this occasion.
42.
To leave himself on 104. Would have loved to have left himself on a 2-darter, bar for that. Straight into the single free there, and so Jong just looking to apply as much pressure he possibly can and hope that it
42.
tells.
Mervyn, you
But he's
require
left himself on a
104.
bogey number. King 6 of the match from 104 to complete his second win. And he's going to get a dart for it. For the match, double 16. No
Game
mistake.
shot and the
2-ton
match.
plus
Mervyn
checkouts.
King.
And some really good stuff at times to Mervyn King. Wasn't quite the mesmericness of the 103.66 in his opening match. But that 104, his second ton plus checkout. And it was the first one which really began to put the game out of the reach of Max de Jong. The 148 saw him take charge. And he then made an assault towards the finishing line. King running out a 4-2 winner there against Max de Jong. So he's 2 from 2 in the wins column. De Jong 2 from 2 in the defeats column. Coming up after the break, Michael Huntley takes on the Idams in game 6 of the session.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Gage wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Mervyn King got the better Max de Jong by 4 legs to 2. His first couple of legs in 14 and 12. A 1-4-8 checkout really saw the game beyond the Dutchman, and then King would wrap up his second win from 2 with a 104 checkout. Next up for us, Rene Idams and Michael Huntley go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. A meeting between Germany and Wales. For Rene, looking to make it 2 wins from 2. After he beat Max in his opening match by 4 legs to 1, whilst Mike is looking to get on the board after he lost by that scoreline to Jamie Atkins in his opener.
Game on.
And there is a potential, Scott, that we're following a bit of a pattern here, that the 3 players that won in round 1 could well be the winners in round number 2, and already we may well see a little bit of table separation creep in.
Yeah, it's beginning to look that way.
140. $100.
We know that Rene Idams has a bit of class. And we know that Michael Huntley has a bit of class.
140.
It's who's got it in the right moments in this one.
In the words of famous Dutchman, doing the right things at the right times.
And that is one of the hardest bits about the game of darts, managing to achieve that.
$45. $60. $66.
Well, that was part of the problem, wasn't it, for Michael in the opening game, was there was a few strays at ill-opportune times which allowed his opponent in, and he's
Michael, you require
had something of similar variety here. It's allowed Idams to get close to his coattails, but it could be irrelevant if he takes out the 110. And providing he stays straight, he's going to get a dart at double 16 to take leg 1. But Idams himself is going to need a treble to leave himself a dart at a double. Gets said treble. Below, very low on the tops.
32.
Yeah, pulled it a little. What he did there is he held on to it slightly too long. He was trying to make sure where it wasn't.
On the first leg.
Huntley did a little bit of the same in the throw previously, but no such problems there. Takes the 32 out nicely.
$99. $60. $60. $100. 41. $100. 60. 60. 100. 43. Renee require 141.
So Idams 141 to level up at one apiece. Can't be done now.
93.
And so Huntley will return, look at a 138 to get the break and to really put this game in his favour, not to be. And so Idams to get himself back
60.
to an even
Renee
kilter.
require 48. Game shot the second.
There was a nice marker there from Idams, wasn't it, the first one, and just sort of used it slightly
Third against Michael
as a gauge to where the second one needed to go.
$60. 58. $85. 39. 60.
I get the feeling that these two players know how important this game is. As you said at the start, Henry, there could be a slight gap to the top already immediately. I think Mike Huntley's fully aware of that, and I think he's playing a little bit tight, if that's fair to say. Trying to make sure that he doesn't be gap from the top this early in Group B already.
80.
There's almost more fear to losing than looking at the upsides of winning this contest potentially.
Yeah, it's very easy to say, oh, well, I'm going to go and get this and what have
95.
you, and you can be watching at home and thinking, you know, that's the attitude. But it's not that easy to go and do that, particularly when you're playing players that you don't play that often either. You know, Mike wouldn't have played the types of Rene at all, being in two separate worlds, really, their darting lives are.
60. Renee require 128.
Triple 20 would have left the bullseye. And so Huntley is going to return, looking at the ton to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest. He's found the treble, looking at tops, getting tops. That's more like
Michael
it.
Huntley.
Much to his frustration because he knows that's what he's capable of. But up until that point, hasn't really been able to showcase that today. But that could well be the springboard. That could well be the spark. And Babyface finds himself 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, it could well be. I don't think Rene would be too worried here. He knows it's probably gone with the darts, but it's the confidence that goes with Mike Huntley being 2-1 in front. It's the thing that he has to fear here. We've now seen the pace of the game slightly raised, and you can see it's visibly quicker, with the scoring being far better.
Well, confidence is breeding confidence here because suddenly he's flowing a little bit better. He's definitely throwing a bit better.
59.
And he is taking control of this leg on the Rene Idams darts. bona fide break opportunity is very much in the offing.
58. $140, Michael, 164. 45. Renee require 102. $54, Michael, you require 119.
Probably start down first. Sometimes if you hit the treble 19, it causes you a few problems. He hasn't done that, but he hasn't hit the treble 20 either. So
48.
you'd say advantage Idams here. We've seen him do this once already for his first leg, and now he's done it. Use the extra dart for his second.
Fifth leg, it's Michael to throw first.
I have to say that leg was a bit of a slow burner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't
60.
Wasn't the best leg that we've seen. Now, Rene Idams has a very, very interesting sponsor on his shirt.
140.
It's not quite the Xboxes of Luke Littler, but can Luke Littler say that he is sponsored by a German Harry Potter podcast?
No.
Now, Rene Idams is sponsored by Hagrid's Hutter, which is translated to Hagrid's Hutter, which is a Harry Potter Wikipedia fandom and podcast in Germany.
140.
And it comes based off the fictional location of Hagrid's hut, which has served as a home to Rubus Hagrid during his years as gamekeeper at Hogwarts School. Big Harry Potter fan is Rene.
81. Rene require 128.
So you lost me at Harry there because I've not seen one of the movies, not read one of the books.
Michael, you require 160.
Same as I hadn't watched one of the Star Wars movies.
You've what? Even I've seen that.
Nope, not seen a Star Wars movie.
60. Rene required 25.
Sci-fi is just not my thing.
Well, it's double eight Rene Idams' kind of thing.
17.
Seems not to be, and Huntley's already taken out the ton in this game. And he's going to do so again. He's going to need to find 18-2. Going to find the tops. And so Idams will come back. Double 4 for the break and for 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yeah, nicely found by Idams.
Sixth leg against Rene to throw first. Game on.
So the podcast, in case you're wondering what it does on there, it's a Harry Potter reread podcast. And basically, they'll go through some of the books and some of the chapters in the Harry Potter novels, and they will go back and they'll analyse it. Started back in 2019. There's a number of different series of this podcast on Spotify, and they're about an hour and 11 minutes analysing different parts of the Harry Potter books.
$100.
No, I've definitely not been on that one. Definitely not been on that podcast.
$140. $145.
Idams for the match, 57 to complete a 4-2 victory.
You got 80 there, Mike. Another one of them treble 20s, and you'll be Just dandy.
85.
Not to
round
be.
number 157.
Well, he's tons Huntley into submission, 10 of them in this match.
James
And he's
shot
pinned the
on the
tops for
Renee
40
Idams.
data to beat Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. And it means we've got a little bit of table separation because the top 3 are on 4 points. The bottom 3, well, they're yet to win a game yet. For Renee Idams, 86.14, 4 for 9 on the doubles, but it was really the single treble scoring which was so good for him. 16 scores of 1 treble in that match. After the break, we'll begin round 3. What does Steve West and Max de Jong have to get off the mark? Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 6 games down on this Monday morning, and so far so good for 3 players. For the other 3, well, there's work to do. Before the break, we saw Michael Huntley get defeated by Renee Idams, shall I say, by 4 legs to 2. This is how the table shapes up after a couple of rounds of matches. And as you can see, King, Atkins and Idams both with 4 points to their name respectively, whilst the other 3, well, they're yet to get off the mark. But that has to change in this contest as Steve West takes on Max de Jong. For Steve, well, it's been a far from ideal start to the action for him. He was beaten by that 104 almost average for Mervyn King in his opener. He then missed opportunities to go 3-2 to the goods in his previous match against Jamie Atkins, where he then rattled off a 114 finish, which
First leg,
ultimately
it's Steve
moved
to
the game in his
first.
direction. And Max
Game
Jong kind
on.
of had something similar in his meeting with Mervyn King, where he found himself in a decent position in the match. Missed 11 darts at a double. King pinned 2 ton plus checkouts, including the 1 for 8 to really
140.
wrestle the game back into his control. And for one, it's just getting on the board, and I don't think they will really care how, as long as they do.
97.
Yeah, De Jong started his last game a little better against Mervyn King, didn't he? And got to sort of 2 legs and then got a little bit starstruck.
81.
And King then sort of put his foot on the accelerator and closed the game out fairly comfortably.
44.
If you're going to say a plus thing for Steve West, he's probably played 2 of the other better players in the group in the form of Jamie Atkins and Merv King in his first 2 matches. He will be more than targeting this one to get his first points on the table. But I'm sure Max is probably thinking the same.
180.
There we go, 180s back to back.
Max a piece in this opening leg, but Steve West has got 6 starts to take it.
50.
Well, he's half the score. Maybe not his intention. Well, definitely not his intention, but still in a strong position to take out this
60.
opening leg.
Steve require 50.
De Jong, despite that, Max hasn't really found too much else in terms of scoring power. And so it's double 5 again when he's been looking at the 20 segment. Double 15.
20. Max should require 120.
The treble 20, lads, are just to the left of the 5. Yeah? Cool.
40. Stevie require 30.
Oh, De Jong, if he didn't have any bad luck there, he'd be having no luck at all.
22.
Westy's joined in with the
Max
bad
will
luck,
require
gone inside the
80.
double 15. So De Jong back for 80, should get a dart. He is going to get a dart.
60. Stevie require 8.
But it wasn't one of his best.
So 2 4s to make it 1-0.
Four.
Steve West is not up and
Max
running
should
just
require
yet. And so
20.
De Jong's going to come back, looking at double 10 to take a 1-0 lead. It's double 5. It's a split for double 2.
16.
Well, I've seen splits
Steve
2 double 4 for
require
10 before, but I've
4.
never seen the 6 double 2 split.
What do you have now?
Game shot on the first leg. Steve West. Second leg is Max to throw
I don't
first.
really know where to start
Game
with
on.
that leg. Probably more the fact that I'm glad it's over than maybe analysing what happened. But this more like it for Max de Jong.
125. 140.
Yeah, nicely done from Westy.
$96. $100. $85.
So 140 to 1 and a 100 from West is just trying to pressure De Jong, but that 44 doesn't help the situation.
$60. 140. Match record 135.
135 for De Jong to level up at 1 apiece. If it doesn't go, West has got a break opportunity, and he's not going to get a poke of the balls out at the back of this. And so
70. Steve requires
Steve West
77.
missed 8 darts at the double before getting over the line in leg 1. He's not going to be afforded that luxury you feel here. And so double top, this
Game
time
shot
one
the
in hand.
second leg.
There it is, he says.
Steve West.
Finally, I found it. And he finds himself 2-0 to the goods.
To throw first. Game on.
Man wears his heart on his sleeve. Just reassuring himself that he can do what he thinks he can do. It's a frustrating game, this darts, for that very reason. 1 minute you're hitting it, then you have 2 more goes at it and you miss it, and another time you come back and hit it again. There's no reason or rhyme. But it just frustrates you between the ears as a dart player when it isn't quite going your way.
It's a funny old game, Jim.
I'm not going to do my instant John.
No.
There.
Accents are banned after last week's shambles.
Yeah, your Irish accent with a touch of Delhi Indian, and it was lovely, I thought. But there we go.
Steve West looking at a 1-3-2 to open up a 3-0 lead. Oh, perfect setup. Perfect setup. West is not going to get a bit of champagne on this Monday morning.
92. Match record 135. $95. Stevie require 40.
How's he on tops here? Double 10.
20. Max require 40.
He knows he should be miles in front in this game. But De Jong himself has missed 5 at a double. And he's missed a 6th. And I tell you what, when you saw that diversion off the barrel there with dart 3, you assumed that it was going to find a way in.
It was one of those, is how did it not go in? But that's music to Westie's ears. He's got 1 left in his hand.
No score. Max
He's in the same boat as well this time.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Max De Jong.
Gets it second dart, through the marker, nice and high and out of the way.
4th leg against Max to throw.
It's a break of throw.
Game on.
17 darts and De Jong back on throw. He'll be fancying his chances now to level this up at 2-2.
That first dart's plumb for him.
100. 100. $121.
Second max.
180.
Yeah, that dart seems to cause De Jong a problem. He really needs to stay there.
120.
Nicely done. Nicely use of the ball there.
Well, this game is tiptoeing in the direction of the Dutchman. 6 darts here for a level match after Steve West missed a couple of handfuls to go 3-0 to the good in the previous. And now it's De Jong's turn to feel frustrated. Fair to say that neither player are very much enjoying this game 26. At this present moment in time.
Yeah, there seems to be no ebb and flow to it, does there, at this particular moment?
58. Match record 130.
Both knowing it's a great opportunity for getting the first win on the board.
56. Steve, you require 120.
So 120 for West. But that goes to the right. And so De Jong 78 to level up at 2-2. If the truth be told, when Steve West was 2-0 up and then he had darts to make it 3-0, this did not look like a possibility or a prospect. But credit goes where credit's due here for Max De Jong, because he has carved open this opportunity for himself, but he cannot take it. And so Steve West back for tops to put himself back in control. I don't know what's happened there, but Steve's found the funny side of it and he's pinned the tops first time.
West.
I think Max may have had a little bit of an accident.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I think he may have just lost his footing a little bit, and I think Steve has seen the funny side of it.
100.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was a step off of the hockey or... whatever it was, seemed to tickle both their fancies, and Max followed up with a 180.
Well, maybe he should trip up before every single visit if he's going to hit darts like that.
You haven't got time for that here, Henry. Don't start giving them ideas.
Health and safety won't like it.
96.
Although we did have that infamous Steve Beaton incident not too long ago where he nearly went flying off the stage because he caught himself in one of the smoke trap covers. But Steve West is looking to cover up for a few losses early on. 180 number 3 of the match. He finds himself on 1-2-4 to get the job done 4-1.
105. Steve, you require 124.
This would be some way to wrap it up. 180 followed by 1-2-4. And that would have summed Steve West's game up if he found all that after all those misses.
Now, I went for tops with last to try and set it up, but...
Double 12 for Steve West for 14 data to seal a 4-1 victory. Well, the scoring was absolutely fine. The average was actually 8-7, and Steve West mimicking the Max De Jong trip. Beautiful comedic timing that from Steve West. He's got a career in comedy if this old darts thing don't go to plan. But for Max De Jong, that could be a slip up too many. West of a 4-1 win. The scoring power was there, but the doubling, well, it left a lot to be desired. 4 from 19 in the end, but he's on the board. He gets his first win. Coming up after the break, Jamie Atkins takes on the Idams, live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the second half of the session. Before the break, Steve West beat Max de Jong by 4-1. Jamie Atkins and Rennie Idams will bring us to the halfway point of Monday's proceedings. And for one of this pair, they're going to have to drop points for the first time today. 2 wins from 2 to kick off Monday's action. For Jamie, he's looked solid, hasn't he? Improved from performance 1 to performance 2, but I think we kind of know the level he's going to play at. It's going to be decent. It's probably going to be around 6 visits per leg. Well, as for Rennie Idams, well, 84 and 86 averages. I get the sense that this game isn't going to be a bad game, but I also don't think it's going to be one of those matches where we see anything that really catches the eye. I get the feeling this is going to be a really steady match played at a decent standard.
Yeah, I agree. I think this one could maybe fire things up today, but we know that Monday mornings, the early doors, is not a normal time for players to be playing darts. So can feel a little unusual for 1 or 2 coming in the building 58. On Monday morning and being expected to perform sort of straight off the cuff.
58.
Again, it's one of those games where the pace suits one another. Both like this pace. Here comes Idams with his first 180. 180 apiece already. And we're still in the 200s on leg 1.
Can I scrap what I said about 2 minutes ago?
140.
Atkins here leaving 80 after just 12 darts in the opening leg of this contest. Idams tiptoeing down to 161. Has to be careful this doesn't catch. That's why he moves across. But there's a lot of tungsten in the way of this tops.
60. Rennie require 161.
It is one of the things that Atkins can do. He does move along the oche an awful lot, and I've seen him do it. I've been stood behind him when he's been doing it.
For the 65 with 2 darts in hand.
104.
Not quite Johnny Haynes that still split 2 double-4 with 2 in hand.
No, not quite. And
23.
Rennie looked like he gave the leg up 1 throw ago, and that one he definitely gave the throw up. Thinks this is going and it's a foregone conclusion.
No score. Rennie require
Going,
81.
going, but not gone. The gavel hasn't gone down on this opening leg as of yet. And it could be Rennie Idams who could get the sale of a breaker throw, and he does because he pins the bullseye to nick that leg off of Jamie Atkins.
Secondly, it's Rennie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 3 visits before that for Idams. 44, 57, 23. And then shoot 81.
43.
Jamie Atkins missed 6 starts at double to win that opening leg. Scoring, but it wasn't an issue.
140.
But I know dart players too well by now, Scott.
140.
If Jamie Atkins loses game 4-3 and he could hit 2-9 darters in the 3 legs as he wins, he will still look back at the 6 doubles in that opening leg and say, well, that's where the game went wrong.
Yeah, that's generally how we function. You try not to look back while you're playing. You try to look forward.
45.
But yes, once the game's done and you're sat in your 5 minutes of reflection, these things do happen.
93.
Or sometimes catch us thinking it during a match when they stood behind their
96.
opponent. On one of our lovely cameras here at the Super Series. The live lounge built
96.
to film live darts. Purpose-built studio. The throw is absolutely beautiful.
97. Jamie, 140.
It's here for the players and for us to record all the action in the best way possible.
Yep, the cameras here are
51.
utilised to the
And they
max.
require 80.
Yeah, the live lounge in Portsmouth, Idams. For 2-0, look at it, tops.
40.
Doesn't go as Atkins will return for
Jamie,
63 to
63.
get the break back into level up at 1 apiece.
And you feel Atkins needs to hit this to keep
Gage
himself
on
in the game.
second
And
leg. Jamie Atkins.
I think the little fist pump from Rennie Idams on the 81 actually
That
fired
is
up.
Jamie to throw first.
Jamie Atkins there on
Game on.
that 63. So we're back to a level game. 2 breaks a throw.
Well, there's a bit of popping going along right now, isn't there? There you on the first
97.
leg, dispatched on the ball. The 63 dispatched last dart on the double 16.
135. 134. 60.
Otis was sat there saying, come on, there's space for one here, and it didn't quite happen for Idams in the treble segment there. Like I say,
One.
you quite often see Atkins move in, and he moved across then from his original standpoint to get by the first dart.
95. Jamie require 170.
Big fish on offer. Doesn't have to go for it. And we'll never know whether he would. Another one of them. Left
96.
himself 36. And so Idams 211 looking to poke a hole in it and to apply some pressure onto Atkins.
96. Jamie requires 74.
So 74 for Atkins. Treble 14 is lovely. 2 at 32.
Game show on the third.
Hits it with the
Jamie
second.
Atkins.
So Atkins holds throw for the first time in this match, and it's the first hold of throw between the pair.
First. Game on.
So Atkins 2-1 to the good in this
84.
contest. And again, another pop combination. In the same management
37.
stable, Jamie, is Danny Albie, also a weekly winner. In fact, him and Rennie Idams played at the same Champions Week in Series 4.
42.
Also got Tom Lonsdale on the books now. So Jamie, amongst a couple of players that ply their trade in the Midlands under their belt, although I suppose for Danny Albie it's Midlands via Terre Haute in Indiana.
96.
So from the Midlands to the Midwest. was actually
100.
the town where Charles Bronson went to school. I found that during Danny Laubie's time here at the Super Series.
One or two of our younger viewers
94.
probably won't know who Charles Bronson is.
And we're not going to bring it up.
Unless they get time off around Christmas, you might stumble into one of his
105.
films around then. When they put the oldies but their goodies on.
$58. Renee, you require 170.
170 for any Idams. 6 darts from here to level up at 2-2. It's been a game. Well, I'd say it's a game that's been dominated by the player thrown first. The player thrown first has won all the 3 legs in this game thus far, but it hasn't been made to be comfortable. And nor is this leg going to be made to be comfortable now for any Idams.
Renee, require 36. Game shot on the 4 flag. Renee
Yeah, you
Idams.
didn't see that one missing after that first guide with the
5th flag
double
is Jamie
9.
to throw first. Game on.
Nicely on the wire, wasn't it? And yeah, nicely slotted inside with the second.
$97. $58. $59. $115.
Yeah, good double treble pick up there from Rene on the 19 section of the board.
60. $58.
Well, I hate to say I'm right, Scott.
96.
You do hate saying you're right. Not very often.
But it's not a bad game, but it's not a great game, is
60.
it? It's all right. It's okay. It's like a cup of tea that's kind of lukewarm, isn't it? You can drink it,
59.
but it would have been better if it was just a little bit warmer.
I think it's because the fact that both have won and it would be a defeat being inflicted on
81.
one or the other of them.
And
And
you
I
require
think
130.
neither want that and they're very wary. It's sort of got an air of sort of trying to stay straight and do the right thing. Double 5 here.
125. Right now, we're going
A little
129.
unlucky for Jamie Atkins on that visit.
49. Jamie require 5.
So can he polish off the double 2?
One. Right now,
Big
require
moment in the
80.
game. You feel if Idams can take this 80, the momentum will be with him.
70.
But he
Jamie
went a bit of a
require
haberdashery around all that,
4.
trying to get that sorted. Not happy, threw his darts on the table there, and that just unsettled Atkins.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
Nicely done, Jamie.
Atkins.
He had a good glance over there, didn't he, Jamie? I think he was overly enamoured with
Super
that, but he's
Series
pinned the double 2.
Game
First
on.
time of asking to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. To put himself one away
140.
from what would be a hat-trick of wins. He's never played in a Group A before, and speaking to him prior to his appearance here, he was saying how much he's looking forward to getting his
60.
teeth stuck into a campaign in Group A. Didn't quite know how he was going to react to the morning action, but I think he's very much acclimatising himself to it. And
100.
look, he may be able to have the luxury of a couple of days off if he carries on playing like this, because if he can just pick apart games one after the other, then he may well see himself win this group by the
58.
end of play on Wednesday afternoon.
$85. $60.
Once again, you know, Atkins should have been having the momentum go with him
96.
here, and he's just going troubleless.
$140. Running require 80.
To take us all the way, double 10. This is a much better leg, much improved leg. But that same old aching problem has reared its head.
Atkins here will want to try and
95.
put some
Running
big
required.
time pressure on this for Idams.
Game shot on the 6th play.
Didn't kind of happen.
Running
Idams nonchalantly throws up
7th and final
for
leg.
double 5
It's Jamie
and
to throw first. Game on.
I have a feeling I don't think there'll be too many cuddles after this one. It's just an air of tension up there since the dart's been put on the table.
57. $59. $96.
We head into our first 7-legger of the day.
121.
And it now seems to be opening up. There's a certain urgency to this leg for both players.
99. $99.
Well, Atkins looking to produce some brilliance here, and he fires in a max, his second of the game, at a crucial time to leave himself on 69 after just 12 darts.
140. Jamie requires 69.
Both players on 2 darters after a dozen. Atkins first poke. It's going to be a dart at tops. Pins the tops, and I think he enjoyed that.
Jamie Atkins.
Jamie Atkins with his 3rd consecutive victory. He beats Rennie Idams by 4 legs to 3. I think all is fair after foul in terms of the conflict on stage. All smiles between the pair after that one. Jamie Atkins, 4-3 winner over Rennie Idams there. Despite missing 10 darts at a double, he's 6-6 in terms of the points column. Coming up after the break, it is Mervyn King up against Michael Huntley.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series. For the break, Jamie Atkins got the better of Rene Idams by 4 legs of 3. That means that he is 6 points and 6, and Mervyn King has the opportunity to do something similar as he takes on Michael Huntley here in this, the 9th game of the session for King. Well, 2 decent performances to kick off. The first one was magnificent, wasn't it? 103.66 and a 4-0 demolition of Steve West. He then backed that up with a 4-2 win over
First
Max
leg,
de
it's
Jong.
Mervyn to throw
14
first.
darts and 12 darter in
Game
there.
on.
Average is under 90. Couple of ton plus checkouts, including the 148. Was 4 from 8 on his doubles. So far, so good for Merv.
Yeah, I have to say he settled in nicely, hasn't he?
60.
In his interview earlier, he didn't really know how he was going to settle in, but you have to say he settled in nicely, and
45.
this isn't the first tournament these two have been involved in. In the last few weeks, obviously, they were both in the World Seniors World Championships.
140.
I think Mervyn King went out to one of our other
60.
Competitors here from a couple of weeks ago, Derek Coulson, in what was billed as one of the best matches the World Seniors stage had ever seen.
100.
And I have to reiterate, I agree with that. It was an absolute ripper of a game.
Well, put it this way, Mervyn King averaged 95.2 in any other game in the first round. Without
100.
being disrespectful for the rest of the field, he would have won it. That was how well he played in that game against Derek Coulson. For Michael Huntley, he beat Kevin Edwards 3-2 in the first round. He then lost to Leonard Gates by 3-1 in the last 16 of that particular competition.
85. Mervyn, you require 105.
King 105. So he had a couple of ton plus checkouts today.
89.
Going to add a third to the mix there.
Unusual way to go 105.
60.
Most people go up the top for 105. because they're straight into the ones. Unless it's a treble one, of course. Always leaves you an option and a shot on, but...
Eight. Michael, you require 151.
Down for treble 17, not going to get. And so King will return for double 4 to take out his opening leg. To take out the opening leg.
68. Mervyn, you require.
So 2 4s for King to take leg 1.
Game shot on the first leg.
And it goes.
Mervyn King. Second leg, it's
19
Michael
dart
to
hold
throw
of throw.
first. Game on.
Right, Scott, would you like a tungsten teaser? It's been a while since we've done one of these.
Oh, go on.
43.
I can't wait. Oh, sorry, was that not enough rapid anticipation? Yeah, come on then, mate. Let's have one.
Mervyn King has hit a couple of televised 9 darters in his
56.
career. But the question is to you at home, and tweet us at MSS Darts and at Pluto TV, in which country did he hit his first televised 9 dart finish?
100. $128.
Am I supposed to answer it? Sorry, I've left the deathly silence there.
Give it a little bit of time. Let's see what our friends at home come up with.
I'm just wondering whether I was supposed to guess there. Sorry.
It's been a long week.
I'll leave it. Let our Pluto TV viewers get involved.
180.
That was a good impromptu production meeting in the commentary box, wasn't it?
Fantastic.
Anyway, King here on the back of that match, looking at 137 to open up a 2-0 lead and a break.
85. Mervyn, you require 137.
Production meeting that held no clout or power, I would just like to add.
$73.
Bounced up the first one, but he's recovered well with darts 2 and 3 to leave himself on 64 upon his return.
$41. Mervyn, you require 64.
So 64 for Merv to move 2 to the good. Treble 16 leaves double 8.
Game shot on the
Use that
second.
first
leg.
dart as a beautiful
King.
guide for dart 2, and Mervyn King wings leg 2. 2-0 leads.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Huntley just hasn't found his scoring boots at all this morning. One of the biggest parts of Mike's games is the scoring, and he just hasn't quite found it this morning.
100.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a chastening day for the man from Wales.
$41.
So well respected by his peers within the sport. One of those people that you mention his name and
134.
most people have a massive grin on their face. He's just such a good guy, is Mike.
Yeah, he is. He's one of those that will always
60.
chat when you're off the board. He doesn't sort of wander off, keep himself to himself. He's always part of the whole thing. It's really, you can see in the background there, you can see what's going through his head. I'm playing Mervyn King and I'm not hitting anything
59.
here. What is going on? These are the days you play for.
And the problem is he knows if he doesn't hit, then his opponent's going to. That is the esteemed clientele that
60.
he is in right now.
Yeah, all day long. Absolutely.
So Mervyn 6 darts for 3-0.
52. $60. Mervyn, it require 156.
156 then incoming for Mervyn King. Not to be this time. Touch of lateral drift. Another bit of lateral drift, and that one fell on the floor.
32.
But just like the previous leg where he had a diversion, he's got time to atone.
82. Mervyn, you require 124.
Plenty of time to atone. And so we'll map out his route rather differently on the 1-2-4. Double 16. Leaves himself double 8.
116.
Who's on the inside?
$98. Mervyn, you require 8.
Two fours. Now down for double 2.
Game
And
shot
it
the
goes
third.
3-0
Mervyn King.
to Mervyn King. It's not his best performance, but it's not needed to be.
Against Michael to throw first.
He's just
Game
doing an efficient job and just picking apart his opponent bit by bit.
Yeah, you feel that Merv's sort of settled in now to
140.
having to play like by type, isn't he? But depending on what his opponent is doing.
$120.
I'm wondering if he's got a rubber point in one of those and he hasn't realised this. When they come out, they do come out, don't they?
Well, it's the third time it's happened now to Mervyn in this match. This is why he's
180.
having a little bit of a tinker with things, just seeing what could well be the problem. And whilst he does that, his opponent's just smashed in his first max of the match.
And he's now like non-believing of that and going, where have you been the whole game?
125.
He did say he had a new pair of footwear today. I wonder if it's the footwear causing the issue. But whatever it is, he's now turned it round. Because he's now hitting treble 20s for fun. So
126.
can't be anything to do with his footwear. And you'd have to think they'd be really, really tight if it was affecting how his arm were moving as well. He must have done them up very tight.
100. Michael, you require 55.
Huntley for 55 here.
$35. Mervyn, you require 156.
First 2 darts he's had at a double in this game. This could win the game. Another one of them. Doesn't go, and so for Huntley, if he doesn't
80.
take out this double 10, it could be
Michael, you require
curtains.
20. Game shot on the 4th leg. Michael Huntley. 5th leg,
So
it's Mervyn
Huntley
to
on the
throw
board then
first.
in this one.
Game on. $177.
Oh, 177 there for King. Has got history for 9 darters, of course.
123.
Has he got more 9 dart history, has he? Has he? It's on!
180.
In his debut day at the Live Lounge, Mervyn King has left himself with a possibility of a 9 dart leg.
60. Mervyn, you require
144 points
144.
away. Another one of them. Just underneath.
128.
Not a reaction from King at all.
$95. Mervyn, you
Well, this would be
require
somewhere to wrap it up.
16.
Potential 10 darter. Double 4.
8.
Huntley way back on 2-2-3. Such was the scoring prowess of Mervyn King.
83. Mervyn, you require 8.
Well, he saved his best leg till last, Mervyn King. But he's now missing more at a double. But he finds the double two, and he finds win number 3.
Mervyn King.
Mervyn King on his debut here at the Modus Super Series is loving life at the Live Lounge. He's having a conversation with Owen Binks. I think he was having a chat about the Steve West trip-up against Max de Jong, but he's certainly playing with a smile on his face, and he's certainly playing the type of darts which is going to make him a live contender for this group. A 4-1 victory against Michael Huntley. Up after the break, we're going to begin round 4, and we're going to begin it with Jamie Atkins looking for 4 from 4 against Max de Jong. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what we have seen on this Monday morning so far. It's been a dominant day for both Jamie Atkins and Mervyn King. They have both won each of their opening 3 matches, and they'll go toe-to-toe, as you can see down the bottom of your screen, in game 14 of 15 in this session. Right, those are the results. Let's have a look at the table. And as you can see, Mervyn King and Jamie Atkins both with 6 points to their names. Rennie Idams has won 2 from 3. Steve West got his first win last time out. Max de Jong and Michael Huntley still yet to get off the mark. For Max, well, the tasks don't get any easier as he takes on Jamie Atkins, who's looking for win number 4 from 4. And if he can get that, then there may well be an element of free hit about his final game against Mervyn King. 8 points probably the target you want to get to be competitive coming into day 2. He can achieve that with a win here against Max de Jong, who has played decent stuff, but would it be fair to say that his biggest problem has been his timing has been a little bit off in the key moments?
Oh, dropped dart there from Jamie Atkins. He dropped it in his foot. Yeah, possibly. I think so. I think so. I think that
Game on.
We haven't seen totally what he's got at the minute, and it's always day one is always difficult for Max, having not got off the mark yet. He's done sort of things
60.
in all the games. If they'd have strung them all together in one, he'd have a win under his belt. But at the moment, he's struggling to sort of string it all together, and as you say, it doesn't get any easier when you're playing Jamie Atkins, who's not yet been beaten. Atkins does meet Mervyn King in game 14, which will be his last game of the day after this one. And Mervyn in this batch of matches has Rennie Idams before he gets to play Jamie Atkins. So
100.
there is still bits of action here, I think, in the table. Still bits of jumping up and down to go before we finish here on the Group A,
140.
week 9, day 1.
And I suppose that's the key, isn't it? It's only day 1.
45.
It's a good start, but it's only a start to the proceedings for Jamie and Mervyn, and it'll be about just keeping that pressure on. If someone can get to 10 points, though, come the end of the day, they have given themselves a real platform of which to build upon.
45.
Yeah, it does. But we saw last week with Devon, where sat overnight on Tuesday, really looking at just having to turn up to get through, and it didn't happen for him. But he got there in the end last week. Fair play to Devon, but it's not always as straightforward as it seems, is it? This place seems to have
160.
darting demons for people dotted all around the place.
This is a place where strange things can happen. It's also a place where great things can happen. Such as a finish like that. A 116 to get Jamie Atkins up and running. It's his second ton plus outshot of the day. His second ton-teen outshot of the day.
Yeah, his last being a 114 against Steve West.
96.
Jamie swapped flights, didn't he have blue ones in earlier?
Ah, yes. He's been fiddling about, hasn't he? Because before play got underway, there was a framing program to all the players throw some practice darts on the stage to get their camera angles correct. And he was throwing with blue flights, but yeah, he's moved to the
180.
Wolverhampton orange.
Well, I suppose there's 180 reasons why he should switch. As he gets his first 180 of the match. It's his 5th of the day. Actually, that one is his 6th of the day.
Well, now he's turning it on, isn't he? We know he's got these levels in the locker. Found the ton plus check out to win leg 1, and he's gone absolutely berserk here in leg 2. And this will confirm the break. 11 darter, superb leg. Atkins 2 up. And this really is a great performance so far for the man from the Midlands.
Game on.
Yeah, one could say he's actually right on it here at the moment, playing his way in.
95.
And he's someone that gets up and gets on with it. He's not someone you'll see at the drinks table for long periods of time. He'll step back, have a swig of water, get back to the stage. Doesn't want to waste any second.
No, he doesn't. And quick saying, just change the subject. I've had a message from somebody who said how many people may be watching at work with the sound down. Well, we got one in Joe who's actually got the screen off and listening to the sound of us. So that's all he's got is us. So thanks for listening, Joe. We do appreciate it. I know you're doing some good stuff up there with the academy that you've been running. So good stuff for you.
140.
So he's basically listening to us like a radio commentary. So we could literally say anything right now and he would believe it.
To be fair, Joe's like one of those anyway. He would believe it anyway.
Well, I'm not impersonating the fact that Max de Jong's hit treble 20 with that dart.
97.
He's going to come back for 74 to reduce the gap
96.
back down to 2-1.
Action requires 74.
Well, the double 16 leaves double 12.
James
Oh,
Jong
that's
the
some
third
recovery.
leg. Max de Jong.
Following dart 1, the double-double. And that's delightful.
Full
That's
leg
the
is
route back
Jamie to
into the
throw
match for Max de
first.
Jong.
Game
He
on.
had to take out that in 15, and he does take it out in 15.
$100.
We just haven't yet seen the best of Max, have we? Just bits and flits and starts. We know he can play.
134.
And once again, he shows another prime example of it.
$140. $100. $41.
Well, it's a monster average for Jamie Atkins at this present moment in time. He's just found another energy level, hasn't he? The man from Warwick.
29. $40.
I wonder if Jamie had watched this back and then realised that he opens his mouth like an angry goldfish. I'd never noticed it before. I've always stood behind him.
96.
Just watch this. You just watch this angry goldfish.
$60. Max Shrek 142.
Well, I've had many observations of dart players, and that's one of them.
92.
I know it's a bit random, but I've been thinking it for an hour now. I had to sort of like let you guys know.
Another big out. Top to the 120 to climb the ladder.
100.
Not
Max
to be.
Require 50.
No way, has he gone
James
straight
Jong
for the
the
ball
fourth
and got the ball?
Max
Well, that was
de
a little
Jong.
bit cheeky, wasn't it?
Very different indeed from Max de Jong. Caught us all out. Of all the players and all the land and all the times, I was not expecting that.
I'm not sure Jamie Atkins was overly enamoured. But for Max de Jong, well, that might just be the catalyst. That might just be the spark. That might be the blue touch paper
100.
being lit. Well, that's woken everybody up all of a sudden. And it may have woken Jamie Atkins up as well.
93.
Absolutely.
$100.
I just find that a crazy decision. But I suppose it's one that I can't criticise because it worked.
59.
And the thing is, it's not as if his opponent's way back in the leg and you can miss it and maybe you can get away with it.
87.
Jamie Atkins had left himself on double 10. He'd missed a dart at tops for the 120 finish.
But I don't think it was one of those things that he decided when he walked to the board. I think it must have been premeditated. He must have took his darts out and walked away from the board thinking, if he don't get this 120, I'm going straight at the ball. It must have been premeditated. It's not something that you just think about when you put your toe to the hockey.
32.
And has it just offset Jamie Atkins a little bit? Because the scoring radar hasn't quite been there this leg.
I'd say yes, because, I mean, Jamie looked totally sort of comprehensive up until that point, even though he sat there at 2-1, missed the tops to go 3-1, and you'd say, well, he's sort of
60.
Broke the camel's back there and done the job.
Well, the good news for Max
100.
is there may well
Max
be a
record
dart at the ball at the end of this.
122.
Needs just one treble to ensure it. But he needs to find it now. And that's awkward. Has to try and find a way of just floating the dart over the top. He was unable to. And so Atkins will come back for 130.
90.
And I can tell you now,
130.
he would love it if he takes this out on the bullseye. Love it. But he's going to have to find a way through a bit of traffic. And he's unable to do that.
94. Max, you require 32.
To lead 3-2. And again,
Game shot on the fifth leg.
which it felt
Max
like
de
Jamie
Jong.
Atkins was beginning to dominate. The Dutchman 3-2 up.
Sick
And
leg is
Atkins
Jamie
maybe
to
still
first.
just spellbound
Game.
by that brilliant bullseye from the Dutchman the leg before.
$97. $30.
Yeah, De Jong he sort of reacted after that first start, didn't he? And then thought, oh, this is
64.
going wrong. And then threw sort of a bag of nails and really allowed Atkins to step in. But he didn't really step in there, Jamie. And now here we go again.
180.
Really fancying the task. Getting his tail up.
100.
Maybe pricking the ears of Jamie Atkins somewhat.
Yeah, really important last start there from Atkins. You feel that had he not hit that treble, he'd have been, the scores would have been turned and the throw would have been turned in De Jong's favour.
190.
He's doing all the right things here, Max.
$60. $140.
Massive from Max, that one. Massive from Max, that visit.
And he hasn't missed a dart to the double in this match either. Atkins has left himself on tops if this 32 does not go for the match. And this would be to get himself off the mark. It'd be some way to seal his first win. Jamie Atkins shakes his head, but he's
16.
going to come back.
Jamie require 40.
Yeah, Atkins it is. That's a good look.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Nicely done.
Jamie Atkins.
It's easier to miss that one mentally than hit it.
7 from
The Young has
final
had
leg.
3
It's
darts
Max
to win this
try
first match of the day. How's he going to react to that now?
Well, he's kicked off treblers. He's put the ball now very much in the court of Jamie Atkins. Who came out of a real burst at the beginning of the match, legs of 15 and 11 to very quickly build up a lead. But since then, Max de Jong's upped his level and Jamie Atkins is
97.
Headed back towards his mean performance. And you feel like for the loser of this game, when you consider the ebbs and flows in it, it will feel like a opportunity missed.
Yeah, without doubt.
60.
The longer it goes on with the Young not hitting trebles, that's music to Jamie's ears, but Jamie's not responded and hitting back.
60.
Well, so far in this leg, 3 visits apiece, just the 1 power treble for Max. But that's more like it.
140.
And now Jamie Atkins has to hit big.
$58. Max record 146.
Well, this to seal his first win, and he's got time on his side from the 146 as Max de Jong.
59.
Atkins could be left shaking his head here and wondering how this game has got away from him.
$41. Max should require 87.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a post-mortem should he go on to lose this game, and Max de Jong's got plenty of time to go on and win it. For his first win of the day, double
67.
top is not found.
$100. Max should require
Only a ton.
20.
But this to win it. Double 10 for Max de Jong. To get his first win of the day.
Max
and
de Jong.
to inflict a first defeat upon Jamie Atkins on the live lounge stage. For Max de Jong, well, it's his first win here in a year upon his return here to the live lounge, and this is how he did it. Jamie Atkins, well, he had a real burst at the beginning of the match, but was unable to keep up that high level throughout the duration. De Jong with that bullseye finish, which really rattled the cage of his opponent. De Jong winning by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, Michael Huntley takes on Steve West. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time,
Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Before the break, Max de Jong got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, Michael Huntley takes on Steve West. These two very much enjoying each other's company, it seemed. All smiles as they throw their final practice darts ahead of this one. And they have been smiling all the way through. And I feel bad because it's one of those where I feel like we're having to disrupt a very nice conversation for another game of darts. And if there's anybody better suited to talk about another game of darts, it is my good pal, Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Well, that's a very nice introduction.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first.
And it refers to a mistake I made when I was very first here and I didn't have the next game written down. And I threw to another game of darts after the break, and I've never been allowed to forget it. I've honed my commentary skills since then.
You're like a fine wine, Scott.
Exactly.
60.
Although little wine is also available.
Exactly, and sometimes I do go a bit flat, particularly if you leave the lid off for too long.
140.
But there we go.
And you could say it's been a little bit flat for this pair so far today. It's not quite been
45.
Sauvignon Blanc, it's been blanks for both of these two. Steve West has picked up a win, but for Michael Huntley, still yet to get off the mark.
60.
It's just not quite happened, is it, for even the first couple of games? The scoring's been there. There's been no issue with that, but the doubling, particularly in his last game, ironically the game he won against Max, was very suspect. 4 for 19.
140.
Huntley looks more settled here at the start of this one.
81. Michael, you're 161.
Turn 140, 60, 140. It's gone the 45 route.
Game shot on the
Whatever
first
route
leg.
he decided
Michael
to go.
Huntley.
It's a 15 dart, hold a throat.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So Huntley moves one up. Takes the early initiative against Steve West.
100.
But Steve's one of them that, yes, he wants to win Group A. He'd love the couple of days off if he can. but he's not going to be bogged down by what happens over these 3 days.
100.
He knows he's not judged until we get to the latter end of the week, until we get to C and B, and then for him, he don't get judged properly until he gets to
81.
Saturday, which, in terms of his record here in the past, 7 from 8. Only missed out once on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, let's not forget, he's had a busy time in the last few days, moving down to the area. I believe they're awaiting a sofa to be delivered today. So I know that it's been a busy time, and sometimes possibly hasn't had the chance to put
81.
the hours in on the board that he usually does, but that will all soon be sorted once moved in fully.
Well, he's already surveyed the surroundings in terms of a darting sense. He's
100.
beginning to ply his trade at the Phoenix Club, which is a famous venue of Waterlooville. The likes of Simon Whitlow play. A lot of the Super Series players that played the week like to go there on a Wednesday night just to sharpen up their tools ahead of the second half of the week. Let's look at 120 to level up at 1 apiece. Two remaining. And with time on side.
40.
Decided to go tops, but was unable to execute it.
$79. Stephen require 80.
Double top to level up. It's been a love-hate relationship here today.
40.
And
Michael,
it's
require
more
100.
hatred rather than love. Tops. He's hit a ton once today, but it's not going to go twice.
Stevie require 40.
And so West has got 3 more here, but cannot afford to bodge any more opportunities.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
second
do so. But the first dart there was
Steve
such
West.
a succulent guy to crash in off the barrel and underneath the
against
dart
Michael
too,
to
and
throw
that's
first.
exactly what he
Game
does.
$59. $60. $60. $41. $180. $55. $100.
Well, Huntley here, even 102 to open up a 2-1 lead.
25. Michael, you require 102.
West unable to make any kind of inroads in this leg, and so double 60 for another ton plus out.
86.
Denied by the double 16.
77. Michael, you require 16.
So 2 8s to go 2-1 in front.
Game
In it
shot on the third
goes.
leg. Michael Huntley.
Huntley 2, West 1.
Yeah,
Full leg,
17
it's
dart.
Steve to
Hold a
throw
throw
first.
for Huntley. You do feel that Westy just hasn't
83.
quite got going on this Monday morning just yet.
not the only one to struggle to get going on a Monday morning. It's not the first, it's not the last.
140.
No, we had a spell where he had 4 weekly wins on the trot on his visits, didn't
58.
he? And he just looked invincible on all of those.
$100. $140. $30.
Well, disappointment there for Huntley. It's opened up the door for Steve West here to level the match up at 2 apiece.
60. $180.
Second 180 for Huntley in this match. He struggled to find them thus far this morning.
100. Michael, you require 51.
This is for the break. Double 16. He had
Game
the most perfect guide, and he utilises it most perfectly. Huntley 3-1 up. Steve West scratches his head, probably wondering where it's gone wrong today.
Game on.
I suppose it could be that preparation's a little different to when he usually comes here. I suppose he's coming from
140.
close by, maybe, rather than staying down in the house. Got a lot of the players staying here.
92.
Just sort of 10-minute walk from the venue here.
It's all about reacclimatising, isn't it? When you're changing
95.
scenarios, changing the way you do things.
$24.
Well, for Huntley, this has been a really good performance. Average of just under 93. The doubling has been decent, 3 from 7. And he's now on the cusp of completing a 4-1 victory and to compound what has been a torrid day so far for Steve West.
140. Michael, you require 167.
6 darts from 167.
80.
When we read the stats out here for Steve West and see how well he's done, and he feels that pressure too every time he comes here.
141. Michael, you require 87.
He expects of himself, and when it doesn't quite go your way, there's nothing more frustrating than this game.
Game shot.
But Michael Huntley will be so pleased with that. It's a victory for him, but for Steve West, well, it's been a day that he will not want to remember very quickly. But for Mike Huntley, he's on the boards. He's got a win to his name, and it was a good performance too. Average of 92.44. 4 from 9 on the doubles. A lot to like about that game from the Welshman's perspective. Ready, Idams takes on Mervyn King, and that game's taking place next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's game 12 of the day here, the live lounge reports of, and it features Rene Idams and Mervyn King. Now, for Mervyn, a win here would move him on to 8 points in the group, and it would put him to within a win of completing his first day here at the live lounge undefeated. He takes on Rene Idams here, who potentially could be the player that we haven't spoken about enough, but could actually do a bit of damage. 4 points to his name, and if he wins this game, him, Jamie Atkins, Mervyn King, they would all be on 6 points going into the final round's worth of action. So actually, this is quite an important game to round off cycle number 4 of Monday's session.
55. $123.
Yeah, I think this could have an endearing effect on the group.
92.
Well, that is not a happy Robin Hood. That's actually stemmed right into the stem. He's had quite a few moments, hasn't he, with his equipment today as Mervyn King. He's had a couple of bounce outs. Now Robin Hood to his name.
57.
He had some moments once at the Players' Championship when I knocked his pint off straight into his dart case. Filled it full with beer once when I was sat on the same table. I hadn't been sat on the table 5 minutes
81.
after he invited me to join him. That's my only funny Merv King story I've got. I filled his dart case up and covered him in beer, everything. It was brilliant.
Sure, he was absolutely thrilled.
No, he did that really face at me.
Ah, the infamous really?
Yes, he did. But then he did laugh afterwards. I was trying to mop him up with everything I had, me towel and everything. I did my best.
Well, King's left 84 here after 12 to get the break. And hot on his heels is Rene Idams with that 150. Both players on a 2-darter, but Mervyn King needs a treble to get to a double with dart number 2. And so, as a consequence, it's only going to be a dart at the bullseye.
44. Rene required
So
47.
Idams will come back looking at 47 to take a 1-0 lead. 19 leads 28.
On the first leg.
28
Rene
dispatched. Idams 1 up.
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on. $56.
Rene looks super focused
42.
on this game, doesn't he?
I think there's just a real focus about him in general. He strikes me as one of those characters that whatever happens to the side of the game, his full focus is on the job that's in hand, the job that's in front of him. He's got that real tunnel vision.
Yeah, it comes first and foremost, doesn't it? It comes across like that as well.
177.
He's been around long enough now that he knows how to apply pressure
100
to the matches, and particularly to the bigger names of the game. And the bigger names of the game know who he is as well. So he's sort of in that midway stage of creating his persona within the game and the other players. But maybe has a little way to go to see him being one of the top players, maybe in a tour card holder. He's not a million miles away from it.
I suppose it's like a lot of players that we see here. There's quality for them. There's quality that we see from them that would be enough to see on tour. It's just whether it's consistent enough to be competitive all the time. King looking at a ton. Treble 16 will be the play to leave the double.
68. Rene required 54.
Little frustration creeping out there.
$44.
And that throw at the double looked totally
32.
different than the one where he hit the double in the leg before.
Game shot on the second leg. Mervyn King.
So King levels up. It's 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
And he's really tried to G himself up. He plays his best starts, doesn't he, Mervyn, when he's got that real
58.
aggression, when he's really got himself going.
Yeah, I agree, he does.
94. $140. $42. $95.
Yeah, Idams down there looking for the 133. Only achieved 95. The 133 would have left him the big fish 170.
92.
Merv is just trying to find troubles of all sorts.
58.
Well, Idams here, leaving 150 to put his nose in front.
134.
Mervyn King with a couple of trebles
Randy
there. He's
McGuire,
left himself on a finish 2. Idams, though, first poke. But he's not going to get. And so King will come back looking at 139 to get the break in
50.
to establish a 2-1 lead.
39.
Yeah, he got the 50 off there, which is handy because it leaves him on a double, treble to combo finish. And King's going to force him to have to hit it, it looks like.
99. Rene required 100.
So Idams here looking at a ton. Now potentially could be looking at tops. Cannot get, and so a leg which Mervyn King, if the truth be told, for a long time has been second best in, is one he's got a chance to win here if he can find double top.
Yeah, and see it be a breaker throw and go
shot
2-1 up, and then have the throw.
Full flag, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 16 dart breaker throw there for Merv. Jogging along, just over a 93 average. Idams just shy of an 88.
100.
So you could say on the average front that Merv's good for the lead.
I'll tell you what else it can be demonstrated by is Mervyn King is playing the type of numbers which is the mean average for the tour. Around about 93 is the mean average for the tour over the course of a 12-month period. Rene Idams prior to that visit was averaging about 87, which is probably the mean of the top players that play in this, or a lot of the top players that play in this. And it can be demonstrated by some of the averages. Now, Jamie Atkins, for me,
59,
is a player that he wouldn't strike you as a top 8 player that plays here at the Super Series, but he's definitely in the next bracket down. And for example, he averages around about 89 for the season. That's kind of the bracket for the mean good player here at the Live Lounge.
I have him in the capable bracket that could jump into the top 8. I have him as the capable that could develop his game into that.
161.
Definitely got the mind space for it. Definitely got the head for it. As you said earlier, doesn't get involved in all the other stuff around it. Gets on with what he's doing.
And for Mervyn King, he's really found a level here, really getting himself psyched up. He knows how important this game is. He's seen Jamie Atkins lose in his previous match. He can get daylight between him and Idams of a win here. And it's decided to go treble 14. Old school. Bull.
57.
Well, you've got to get a data summit to win the match, so I like that way. I'm a big fan of that way.
118. Mervyn required 25.
So Mervyn now looking at 25 to move 3-1 in front. 2-8.
Game, show him a full flag.
3-1 Mervyn King.
Mervyn King. Fifth leg, it's Rene to throw first.
It's interesting when Mervyn was talking earlier. I was kind of asking him what he's kind of preconcepting about the Super Series.
177.
And one of the things that he said was, for a lot of players that maybe have played on big stages, but maybe don't get used to the crowd so quickly, this is a little bit of a level of getting used to, and for players like him going the other way around, getting used to playing on a big stage, but there not being anybody in the audience.
Yeah, it could do. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
180.
I think he hits a very good nail on the head there.
I wish there was a crowd in for this.
34.
Mervyn King went 7 deep into the 9 earlier on today. Rene Idams is not going to go any further.
65. $100. Rene requires 79. 59. $137. Rene requires 20.
A little pressure applied then from King.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Rene Idams.
Iota of a difference. Idams takes out
Sixth
double
leg, it's
10
Mervyn to
with
throw
one dart.
first.
And now it's all about Mervyn is offs.
Yeah, 13 dart to that for Idams. King settling himself in ahead of a leg which, if he wins on throw, will see him complete a 4th consecutive success on his debut day here.
140.
See who the momentum's with at this particular moment in time. It's with Idams and that leg 5 that he won.
He's finding that first start now, which I think for a large portion of this game he's just unable to get.
140.
This was kind of what was happening in the first few legs. Chasing around, particularly because the first dart dropped low, which is awful for him. But that for Mervyn
98.
was not able to be utilised.
Much better though from Merv, much better.
$100.
Average just under 92. It's been a decent display. Not quite the razzmatazz of the 104 against Steve West in his opener. But regardless of the
57.
opposition, he has found a way of doing enough. However, he's got a bit of an issue here. He's left himself on a bogey, and Idams has found a second max.
180. $90. Ready, required
Back-to-back
24.
13s here. But it's fair to say he has found
James on
another
the sick
level.
flag. Renee Idams.
27 darts to turn a 3-1 deficit into a level match. They touch fists
Game on.
ahead of leg 7, and it is Idams who has the darts.
$100. $60. $100.
Yeah, nice last treble there from Idams, and Merv needs something big to chase.
140.
Right out of the chasing textbook there. 140 to leave himself on the same numbers, and now look, forced a mistake out of Idams there. That
81.
140, that first dart.
And he would have known that with every single acre of his experience.
$96.
Merv knows that that is the dart that causes him a problem. That one smack bang centre, just right in front of the treble 20. Idams has recovered here. Had that 180 gone in, you'd have to say a brilliant recovery indeed. Now it's all about Merv trying to stay close and keep the pressure on.
165.
Well, Idams should still get a dart, but we'll see.
Stay straight. Renee Idams will now get a dart for the match.
60.
He cannot take tops. He cannot
Mervyn
complete the
require
comeback.
40.
Mervyn King with that 165 applied monstrous pressure. It told. And then King
shot out
converts
the
the
match.
tops for
Mervyn
13
King.
darter to win 4-3. But boy, was he made to work hard for it. Renee Idams with a 27 dart burst to turn a 3-1 deficit into a level match. But then Mervyn King with a 13 darter of his own crosses the line 4-3. Quality contest, that one. He wins 4-3, moves on to 8 points. And it means that him and Jamie Atkins will be scrapping it out for top honours in game 14. Coming up after the break, we begin the last round with Michael Huntley and Max de Jong. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 4 rounds worth of fixtures here on this Monday morning. Mervyn King got the better of Idams before the break 4-3, and it's he who assumes control at the top of the Group A table. 8 points to his name, 4 wins from 4. We did see a slip up from Jamie Atkins in the previous match, and so he'll need to beat Mervyn just to keep tabs on him at the summit. Mervyn King at the top of it, 8 points to his name. Atkins on 6. Idams with a couple of wins to his name. He missed an opportunity to move on to 6 alongside King and Atkins. Huntley, West and Jong are all on 2 points respectively, are all chasing the tail of the table toppers. And it is 2 of those players on 2 points that go head-to-head here. As Michael Huntley and Max de Jong go head-to-head, it's game 13 of 15 that we are broadcasting and transmitting live to you on Pluto TV. And after the live darts is finished, plenty else happening across Pluto TV. Do stay tuned to the dedicated 24-hour channel. You'll be able to watch documentaries, feature series. You'll be able to watch classic matches as well. Some of the great matches, some of the great games, and some of the great tournaments played here at the Super Series. That'll all be at your leisure, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by downloading the Pluto TV app. It's available on your App Store, Google Play, and
First
on Pluto
leg, it's
TV
Michael
you
to
can
throw
stream
first.
now and pay
Game
never.
on.
Indeed. Get that Pluto TV app downloaded.
121.
And of course, we've got plenty coming up as well across Pluto TV over the course of the year. At the end of the
100.
season, we'll have the ADC Tour Ending Championships, which take place across October and November. We'll also have the Global Championship
140.
for you once again, just before Christmas. And we also have Influencer tournaments for you on Pluto TV. The first of them for 2025 taking place on May the 11th.
$40. $38. $100.
So Huntley here looking at a ton. He's already taken it out once today.
180. Michael, you require 100.
Good pressure from De Jong.
Well, he was looking at double-double, but he wasn't looking at that particular double.
84.
He picks up double 18 with dart 3 to lead himself on double 8 if De Jong cannot take out the 90. Looking at the pull again. Trouble E's double 5. Finds the double 5, top corner, gets the break 1-0.
And I'm sure Mike Huntley has stood there going, where on earth did that come from? I was in control of this leg. I've gone 140, 100, 40, 100, 84, and I've lost the leg.
It's a funny old game, but Max de Jong is just finding his range here, isn't he, as the day draws towards a close. It was a better performance last time out in beating Jamie Atkins 4-3. And that radar on the treble 20 is beginning to be found with a little bit more regularity now, as he sprays on in the treble 5.
I was just about to say, yeah. And now he's just at the treble 5. I think, you know, it was good for him to get his first game, and now he's got a bit of confidence, hasn't he?
95.
Confidence breeds confidence. But for Michael Huntley, you would have thought that would have been the case. He beat Steve West 4-1, averaging just under 92.5. Doubling decent, 4 for 9. It looked like a really good display, but he's playing well. But Max de Jong has just found another level.
59. Max, you require 96.
Potential 11 data here. Double 18. Well, this so far is some performance of Max de Jong, showing that quality which has got him through the qualifiers on a couple of occasions. He's 2-0 to the goods, and at this early stage, he's averaging 115.62 after pocketing that 11 data.
60.
Yeah, and Huntley's thinking, I wasn't having any bad luck here going for that treble 20. I wouldn't be getting any luck at all.
58.
It's just not quite flowing for him at the minute. But the one thing he has an advantage is that he has the darts here.
140.
There we go. Throwing that a little bit quicker. He's a little bit more accurate, isn't he?
$60.
Certainly comes across as a rhythm player, doesn't he, Max?
$85.
It's one of those throws where the release point has got to be bang on. If it releases perfectly, the dart will go in perfectly. But just a little bit of kilter upon release, then you may see a couple of darts go skew-if.
I think the word you're looking for is that the dart sometimes isn't very forgiving to him.
84. Michael, you require 160.
116 to get his nose back into the game. But that might put his nose out of joint. which is somebody who's played rugby is probably used to
40.
his nose being put out of joint by the odd scrum here and there.
I think it'll be more than his nose. I bet he's had a few places put out of joint.
Well, that's desperately unlucky.
Michael, you require
And in
76.
fact, Owen Binks had to do his best impression of a dodgeball player there to ensure he didn't get hit. Double top.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
third
kill.
leg. Michael Huntley.
See, Mike, what were you worried about?
Fourth leg, it's Max to throw first. Game on. $100.
De Jong 2-1 up. And this should be quite the strong end to his day. If he can win his last two, it might just give him a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit of renewed belief going into Tuesday's action.
45.
Yeah, that was one of those unfortunate deflections there for De Jong.
$100. $85. $60. $97. $60. $130.
Just the one treble hit from Huntley this leg. That's why you see him trailing. Right on cue.
140. Max, you require 40.
So De Jong looking at tops to open up a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
Into the
leg.
top corner,
Max de
and
Jong.
now two in front, and now one away from his second consecutive win
Fifth
to
leg, it's
finish
Michael
off
to
the
throw
session.
first. Game on.
And that last win has really given him a lift, hasn't it?
Well, it's a good performance. Averages under 97. He's really finding something
84.
towards the tail end of the day. Winning legs of 15, 11, 16 to get into this point. And he's doubling. Well, it's perfect. 3 from 3 thus far in this
99.
contest. Couple of 180s. There's really not much not to like about this.
$140.
Yeah, steadily creeping forward in the averages as well from his first one that he opened up with, which was top end of the 70s, but then he's gone sort of low end
59.
80s, mid 80s. He's now starting to get used to the place and find his feet.
85.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that if he wins this game, the way he's played towards the latter end, I think he'll walk away with 4 points and think, okay, I'm in the week. Let's see what Tuesday brings.
93.
I think he will take it. I think he'll be contented with 4 points.
$60.
Opportunity opens. Huntley, yes, he's left himself 1-3-2, but De Jong with a big score here can apply the pressure. Applying.
140.
Decent pressure. 110 left.
132.
Huntley shook his head.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Top for the
Michael
cork.
Huntley.
The 1-3-2 goes. Mike Huntley
Super
lighting
Max
up
to
the
throw
live
first.
lounge.
Game on.
He enjoyed that a bit, didn't he? And I would too. It's one of those momentum changers.
80.
Thank goodness for De Jong there that one was only a single one. He knocked it out with the other.
140.
He's got a bit of momentum after that. 132.
$59.
As you mentioned, momentum shifters. Is that the moment which
36.
just lights a spark in Mike? Or is that the moment where the initiative is handed back to his opponent?
But for me, Huntley does a lot of that with the block dart. He just tries to go round it and makes more mistakes than ever. He should maybe come out and go for a treble 18 or a treble 19. And he's in the 300s when he's trying to do it. It's something that you've got to make a conscious decision to make. But obviously he sneaks around the side of it a fair bit. But you're asking yourself to do sort of
100
darts in a banana shape or whatever to get it to go where it is. And you're aiming for such a small target. You really need to sort of come out and open up a bigger target.
59.
So Huntley here, 185 to take us all the way. He's got 6 starts from this point to ensure a last leg decider.
125.
Picked up a couple of triples. And now has the higher average of the two, averaging in excess of 92. There hasn't been a dart missed at a double from either player
Requires 60.
yet in this match. That trend continues. We go all the way.
40.
But them 2 misses won't be punished yet.
$140. Michael, you require.
So
20.
double 10 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Game
Double
shot
10
in the
found.
sick bag.
Yeah,
Michael
nicely
Huntley.
done by Huntley because that was under massive pressure there from De Jong. That
7th and final
140
leg,
last
it's Michael
throw.
to throw
It was a
first.
16 dart
Game on.
breaker throw as well.
$100.
The momentum looks with Huntley, doesn't it?
He's finding something towards the finishing post. But De Jong opened up a 2 treble
139.
turn, and so has just applied the pressure.
Yeah, I'm still here right on your shoulder, he says. I ain't going anywhere.
100.
Just trying to work her way around again.
$90. $45.
Now, is that going to be the visit that costs him? That will all depend on what De Jong does here.
$105.
Mikhail De Jong. 167 for the match. I've got the wrong week, Scott.
121. Actually, 167.
So, De Jong here, 167. Not going to go this time.
$131. Michael, you
He's
require
left himself on 36 to
135.
win it. If this 135 does not go, we've already seen the 132 in this match. Are we going to see the 135 to finish? Treble 15 isn't going to go, and so Max will come back free in hand, a double 18 to win it.
77. Max, you require
Well, he lost his
36.
first free. But he's on the cusp of winning his final two. Huntley's head's in his hands. I think there's an expectation that this goes. And it does go. And for Max de Jong, I think he will take that. Improved as the day went along. He picked up a couple of wins of his final few games. And I think he's beginning to really fancy the job. A 4-3 win in a high quality affair between two players who began that day at the bottom of the table. De Jong, 94.9. Huntley also have an average in excess of 90. They're doubling for the pair. Excellent as well. But the next one's the big one, isn't it? Mervyn King against Jamie Atkins. Mervyn can complete the card. Atkins can move on to 8 points. That's coming up after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Max de Jong got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 3. Game 14 of the session sees Jamie Atkins and Mervyn King go head-to-head. And this is the big game at the top of the group. A win here for Mervyn King, and he'll complete his first day here at the live lounge in Portsmouth with 5 wins from 5. He'd be in very good stead for the group ahead. As for Jamie Atkins, if he can pick off a 4th victory here, then everything is up for interpretation. And remember, these two will go head-to-head in the first game that they play tomorrow morning. 2 more games to go. King and Atkins now. Western Idams will complete the day's action But Scott Mitchell, this is the match where everybody has their eyes, has their attention on. Mervyn King, well, he stepped into the live lounge for the first time today, and he has shown that class and quality which has seen him achieve so much in his career.
Yeah, we have. We've seen it right from the get-go today with that super 103 average to start. And then he's kind of played his way in, hasn't he? He's kept his eye on what the other opponents are doing. I can imagine him just having a few practice throws out the back between games and keeping an eye on what everybody else is doing so that he knows, you know, what's coming. He doesn't sort of know a lot of the players here in this room at the moment.
125.
Yeah, openly admitted that in our interview at the start of the day. But what I like about it, he's still hungry to play.
100.
Still wants the game, still enjoys the game as much as ever. And that's not always the easiest thing to do.
81.
I think particularly for somebody like Mervyn that's been on the tour for so many years, when you do drop off, it's not like somebody who's had their car for 2 years and they're coming straight back off again. They roughly know where they're going to be pitching their tent. Whereas for Mervyn, the landscape now is completely different to the last time he wasn't playing PDC darts. For example, the BDO isn't a thing anymore.
No, and it probably was the only thing. It was either BDO or PDC when he went
52.
over to collect his tour card and left himself on 162 here, and Jamie Atkins
100.
has 6 from here. Now only the 3, but what's King going to do with this 162?
58. Jamie number 196.
Loves to have led himself on a 2-tar. That's exactly what Jamie Atkins has done here, and he's looking for an early breaker throw. Looking at double 18. Started games well today is Jamie Atkins. And he starts this one well too. 15 darter to get an early break. He needed one at some point in this contest. He's got it at the earliest possible juncture.
Yeah, he has. I have to say, the way that Merv's been playing, he wouldn't have thought he'd have had it with a 15 dart leg.
97.
Merv loses a leg. It sometimes rattles his cage, doesn't it, into action.
And that is when we do see the King at his rip-roaring best. And Mervyn King's one of those players who usually subscribe to the Chris Mason formula of darts. Holding 15, breaking 12. That's usually what you have to do to win legs against. But Atkins was given the luxury of a 5th visit against Throw in the previous leg.
Yeah, wayward last from King there, but he knows that he's going to want to break straight back. Atkins just doing enough with a treble in front to keep his nose in front.
140.
It's all about that dart for Jamie. And he'll be disappointed he hasn't followed that up. He would have expected to have left himself on a 2-dart of some description after dart 1 there. Luckily for him, King can't take out the 136. He's not making a big hole of the 136 either, but a great recovery of the last.
110.
Double 18 would have left the double. King back to break back.
54. Mervyn number 70.
Where's he heading? Looks like 18s. Only just hits the 12.
Game shot the
no
second
such
leg.
mistake with the double top. Nicely done from King. Breaks back in 15.
Game on.
So the first 2 legs, 15 and 15.
Jamie Atkins shook his head in the background because he knows the hard work of the first leg has just been completely undone, and he's back to square one again.
98. 57. $140. 28.
Well, this is an opportunity here where Mervyn King can really take the initiative in this game. Atkins, well, he's a long way back on this leg. King just beginning to put his foot on the motor.
$80. Mervyn back 142.
Fair enough to say that Atkins hasn't really troubled the King throw this time round.
95. $180. Mervyn back 147.
80 there for Jamie Atkins. But is that just a parting shot in this leg? Because King is looking at double 16.
Game shot
For
the
200.
third.
This is some contest.
Mervyn King. Full flag, it's Jamie to throw first.
Yeah, 95
Jamie.
average for King, 92 for Atkins. It's a nice little tussle, this.
$44.
Well, Jamie just
134.
having a conflab with himself in the background.
$96.
Mainly because King is starting to lift his trebling numbers.
$51. $131.
Well, this is a game befitting of a top-of-the-table battle. And Mervyn King is finding that first dart. Maybe be a little bit disappointed he's not been able to
81.
follow it up as much. But he's constantly picking apart a treble a visit, pretty much.
60.
So King now going to be trying to get below that 170 of
41.
Atkins, and he
Jamie
hasn't
McQuire, 170.
managed it. So Atkins again, 6 from here. He would have liked to have done it in 3, I'm sure.
123.
Goes the sensible route, leaves himself 47. So he should get a couple of darts when he comes back. King back on 194.
54. Jamie McQuire, 47.
Has left himself 140.
$15. Mervyn McQuire, 140.
Hang on to your hat, Jamie, because if this goes, this will hurt. This would hurt. But King isn't going to take out the 140.
124. Jamie McQuire, 32.
So it's a you or me moment.
Game shot the 4 flag.
Used the
Jamie
dart
Atkins.
marvellously there, didn't he? I'm not sure that that was looking
5th flag, it's Mervyn to throw
double
first.
bound.
Game on.
If I'm in all honesty, that third one, it looked like it was going over the top of the other two. Caught a flight and went in. But as we know, in is in.
58.
Mervyn King gave one of them looks that Mervyn King does every now and then at that double 16. Because he knows that that was pure rebound into the bed.
140.
Not that he's ever had any of those himself, Merv. I'm sure he's had a few himself, but
100.
So they say, luck evens out as the years go past.
Yeah, did you just make that up?
57.
Everything evens up.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Hang on a minute, let me get my phone. I'll put that in the notes.
The amount of football
80.
managers I've interviewed over the years, they always moan right off camera about decision this, decision that. And as soon as you plonk a microphone in their face, they say, "Oh well, it all evens out." in the end."
180.
So they sit on the fence. Right, got it. Lovely 180 there and the right moment for Atkins. There's never a bad moment for a 180, but
124.
the momentum swing is going towards the man from Warwickshire.
Triple 18, bullseye if he wants it.
No
Oh
score.
my, he's bust it. Oh my goodness. He cannot believe it.
Merv is trying to inflict more pain on him
58.
here,
Jamie require 124.
but hasn't managed it.
You know what's going to happen. He will take this out. It always happens. When you bust it first time, you usually take it out the second time.
I mean, 148.
But Mervyn King isn't going to add insult to injury, and so Atkins is going to come back for this 11 to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest.
92. Jamie require 11.
Two fours. 3-2.
James on the
And
fifth
importantly
leg.
as well, Jamie Atkins has got that break back. And he now has the darts to win this match. And to
Superb,
deny
it's
that man
Jamie
in your
to throw
picture,
first.
Mervyn King, a perfect first day here at the Live Lounge.
Game on.
The more important thing for me with Atkins there is that bust of the 1-2-4 didn't cost him anything in the end.
140.
Well, for every action, there's a reaction. And the reaction of Jamie Atkins was very good at that particular point in time.
140. $58.
Opportunity here for King then. And he's jumped in. Is he jumping in with both feet?
140.
Oh, not quite, but he'll take the 140 in this situation.
$99.
The throw effectively being turned.
At an impasse. Atkins watches on as Mervyn King gets his first 180 of the match, leaving himself on for a potential 11 dart breaker throw descended all the way. Atkins needs another, you feel. Can't find it. And so Mervyn King to take us the distance. Hasn't missed a dart at double in this match yet. And he's only going to get one. Double 8. 12 darter. Great recovery for Mervyn King. We go all the way. It's a break back. And he's 3 from 3 in terms of his doubling.
7 from final leg.
And we now have a last leg shootout to decide who is going to be the main man on Monday.
What I liked there about Mervyn, it showed his experience, was when he hit the big 14 instead of the 9, there was no real massive reaction like, oh, I've blown it, or I've this, or I've that. He took it all in his stride and then was able to have not put himself off to be able to get the one dart of the double and hit it.
180.
Atkins with his third of the match. Could it be the most important one? No, because all it's done is
177.
Merv have a 177 back, so you feel he needs a 180 now himself again.
He may have needed a 9 darter to win this leg potentially.
96.
depending, of course, on what Mervyn does here. What a leg this is of Mervyn King. When he needed it more than ever, he's left himself on 44 after just 9. Jamie Atkins is going to have to put his hands up and say there was nothing he could have done about this leg. He's left himself on 120 after 9, and the last leg decided it may not be good enough. Because King here, looking at 44, looking at double 16. What a performance! What a comeback!
Mervyn King!
Mervyn King beats Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3 to complete the card on his first day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Finishing off with back-to-back legs of 12 and 11 to come back from 3-2 behind to beat Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3. As you can see there, 4 from 4 in his doubles. And Mervyn King is 5 from 5 in the wins department. He's top of the table. He's 4 clear. Western Idams is the final game next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of the day is about to get underway, and it is a meeting between Rene Idams and Steve West. Before the break, Mervyn King completed the card on day 1 with a 4-3 victory against Jamie Atkins. 12 and 11 dart legs and 3-2 down, sealing the victory there for Mervyn. 97.02 average and 4 from 4 on his doubles as well. It was a superb performance from the man from Norfolk. Right, our final game, Idams and West. For Steve, he finds himself plumb bottom of the group. It is probably not what he expected at the beginning of the day.
Game on.
Wins this one, then him, Rene and Max would all be level on 4 points. A couple behind Jamie Atkins in second place on 6, but they're all chasing
84.
Mervyn King, who will have a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into Tuesday's play here at the Live Lounge.
140.
Yeah, you have to say I've been impressed with Merv and his attitude today. It's a very different
60.
thing, and maybe it's hard to say that he's a debutant when he's forgotten more than most people ever remember about
45.
the game and playing the game. But it's going to be interesting to see how he goes on from here. You know, it's all new, it's all easy. It's just go up, try and beat the guy in front of you, and I think he's going to have to keep it that way for the rest of the week to make it work from him. And I'm sure he's one of those that would love to get through this Group A at the top come
100.
Wednesday and have a couple of days off.
Follows up for Dartfeed, leaving himself on a 2-darter after just 12.
97. Stevie Brook 96.
And for Steve, I just wonder where he's going to leave it all out on the hockey in this game, because it's been a frustrating day. Really frustrating day, and that's been the main issue. The scoring's been all right, but the doubling, he'll be the first to admit, has left a lot to be desired.
59.
Yeah, and then when the doubling problems come, that then starts to affect the scoring with him later in the game.
9. Rene requires
And
60.
it's been a few too many legs like that. And Idams can swoop in to get the break if he can find double 10.
40.
But this is his opportunity. Double 4.
Game
To
shot on the
eventually
first
get
leg.
leg 1 done
Steve
and
West.
dusted.
Second leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on. 100. $57.
Freddie, one on his debut here.
81.
Got through to the championship. I've only seen him once more since that particular appearance, which is, I suppose, a little bit of a surprise.
110.
A Series 4. Steve Brown was who he beat in the final, a semi-final which consisted of Dal Pilgrim and John Worsley.
100.
He then missed out the next time that he played for the finals. It was a week that was won by Jim McEwen, the week he'd go on to win the series. Jim Long would lose the final with the likes of Oscar Lukasiak, Adam Mould, Tommy Morris, Victor Tingstrom, Kieran Tian, Cam Crabtree.
100.
Involved in that week.
164.
164 for West. Doesn't go on this occasion, so Idams back for 120.
95. Rene require 120.
Treble, single, but no double.
100. Stevie requires 60.
Yeah, but unfortunate. Caught the flight there on its route. Unfortunate for Rene. Is it going to turn out to be fortunate for Steve? No, it's not. He's missed the big 14.
29. Rene required 20. Game shot the second leg. Rene Idams.
So 1-1 here in game 15 of day 1 of Group A here.
First. Game on.
Series 10, week 9.
$60.
Who's going to end their day with a win? And remember, this will be the first fixture tomorrow morning as well. So this a key and important head-to-head between the pair.
Yeah, and having played in this one, you're always aware of it as well
96.
as a player.
$96. $57. $140.
Well, Idams now knocking on the door of a break.
60.
If West going trebleless there, the break is now a much more distinct possibility.
100.
As I mentioned, Steve's not going to get bogged down. He'll be annoyed, of course he will, but he won't be bogged down by what's happened today. It's only day one, and he knows that the key day is Saturday. And for him, the week process is all about getting him to that point where he will always fancy himself. Double 10
60.
doesn't go, but this would be a moment should really light the fuse.
And I have the feeling, had he hit that, he'd have gone tops with the next two.
120.
Not to be this time, so Idams
Game shot on the third leg. Run out.
breaks the West throw with a 16-dart leg.
Fourth leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on. 98.
Well, I suppose if there's any consolation for Steve West, even if the darts haven't gone to plan, he can at least enjoy a new sofa tonight.
139.
Some consolation, I suppose, but not the consolation he'd be wanting.
Yeah, it's going to be less BFH, more DFS for Steve West tonight.
100.
I'm assuming the sale's still on, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's on 14 months of the year, the DFS one.
60.
Forget the four horsemen of the apocalypse. At the sale of the DFS ends, you know the world's coming to an end. Anyway.
140.
Idams, who got the break in the previous leg. He's got 6 darts and 204 to open up a 2-leg gap in this match.
$140. Running back 145.
West left himself in a position to break back here. 66 for a level match.
92. Stevie Brook 166.
Tops.
Game
2-2.
shot on the fourth leg.
Desmond.
Steve West.
We are back on terms.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $135.
Yeah, nice break back there, and 15 from Westy.
96. $100. $99. $81. $171.
Yeah, nice visit from Idams there.
117. Running back 135.
Well, Idams makes a bit of a mess of the 135 with dart 1, but then sets up double 7 if West cannot convert 68. 48 for 20. Double 5 now.
58. Running back 114.
So for yet another breaker throw, double 7. Those are 2 awkward darts.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
look,
fifth
you
leg.
could see what a great Cranmer shot that was.
6 leg is
Saw
Rene
the dart go
first.
to the
Game
right
on.
and in the gap at the bottom. Nice camera shot from our director.
59.
Looking good, Rennie Idams, 3-2 up with the darts for the match against Steve West, who has had a troublesome Monday.
180.
I sound like a broken record. The scoring has been exemplary.
93.
But it's been the thing between the wires, which has been the thing that has really upset him between the ears. But hang on a second. This would be so typically Steve West if all day he has hit nothing in sight and he suddenly finds a 9. Hang on to your hats.
Require 141.
If he hits it, he'll become the first ever player to hit 3 9 darts at the Super Series. Double 12 was almost there. Was also almost there. Scott Mitchell's head's in his hands. He thought it was going. Steve West thought it was going. We all thought it was going.
100. Steve, you require 24.
He's got to gather his thoughts again now, though. Make sure he wins the leg.
12. Rene, you require 140.
Imagine if he loses this leg.
I'm not trying to imagine anything. I just want him to get the leg.
57. Steve, you
Must be
require
the
12.
nightmare of all nightmares to miss a 9-darter and then lose the leg.
Oh no, now he's in the madhouse.
Game shot on the 6th
Well,
leg.
Danger
Steve
averted.
West.
And Steve West can see the funny side of it.
7
And we
from
go all the
final
way
leg,
to
it's
the last
Steve
leg
to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
Funny darts is better than good darts is better than bad darts. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening here?
180.
Sit back and hold tight, ladies and gentlemen.
97.
And this would be such a Steve West thing to happen. This is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. He's on it again.
180.
Where has this come from?
27.
He missed double
Steve
12 in the
require
last leg. Can he hit
141.
it this leg? Now that glance was in one direction and one direction only, and that was straight at us in the commentary box.
77. $96. Steve, you've
He
required
does like to have a little
64.
glance up here every now and then, does Steve, but he's now looking around off the day with a 64 checkout. It's tops. It's not there.
24.
He can try and blame me all he wants, but we are behind soundproof in this booth.
134. Steve, you've required 40.
Idams haven't given up the ghost here yet,
Game
but he has to
shot
now.
on the match.
Steve West, after one
Steve
sensational
West.
game of darts, takes it 4-3. How many 180s were that for him? 4. Missed double 12. There was so much to talk about in that game. I don't know whether I can continue to do so. We're going to head into a short break, and we will be chatting with Mervyn King on the other side.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action is done here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what an intriguing day that we've had. What an intriguing last game we had before the break between Steve West and Rennie Idams. Steve West missing double 12 for 9 darter, then threatening the 9 darter again in the leg thereafter. But it was a day that was dominated by Mervyn King. 5 games, 5 wins for him. He is top of the Group A table. And he has a 4-point gap at the top as well. Jamie Atkins in second position on 6 points, and then everybody else chasing in behind on 4 and 2 points respectively. A perfect debut day then for Mervyn King here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He joins myself and Scott Mitchell here in the studio to talk all about it. Mervyn, fair to say you've settled into life here at the Live Lounge?
I like to think so, but to be fair, who I played today weren't on their top form, but saying that, neither was I. But I done it enough to take the wins, and at the end of the day, that's all you want to do. Take the wins, and every game you play, you just want to come out victor at the end of it.
Some way to get started, the 103.66 average against Steve. Did that kind of set the tone for the day ahead?
I hope so. To be fair, I mean, it's showing them I'm not here to be walked over. Showing a little bit maybe, but then again, they already know that if they know me as a player. But every day is different, you know. Some days you go up there and you think you're going to hit 100 plus average, and you end up hitting a low 80, and it is what it is, you know. Some days they go for you, and some days they don't.
Scott, what was your assessment of Mervyn's day overall?
Well, I think he came and set his stall out straight away. I think if the others thought that he's just dropped off the tour and feeling low or whatever, well, that just went straight away. That first game, he's probably taken on the person who was going to push him the hardest, and being one of his friends in Westie straight off. And I think that set the tone for the day. And yeah, everybody knew they were going to chase, and they knew that they had to step up. Otherwise, he was going to keep doing it for the rest of the day, and that's what happened.
Scott mentioned obviously the dropping off tour at the end of the year, but it's fair to say that you've bounced back from that disappointment quite well. You've had some good runs on the Challenge Tour. We've seen you as an alternate in the Pro Tour put in some good performances as well. So actually the start of the season's been fairly positive coming into this for yourself.
It has in a way. I mean, to be fair, obviously I would like to be straight back on the Pro Tour, but I can't do that until I get my card. Now, okay, I think I'm about 6th or 7th in the Challenge Tour, so we're going to have to improve on that if I want to get my card that way, to save me having to go through Challenge the coup school. But there seems to be so much more for me to play in at the moment. Now I've lost my card than ever before. I seem to be so busy at the moment, and don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about it because I'm playing more, I'm practicing more, and I think the game is starting to come back to where it was about 5 or 6 years ago with consistently 100 plus averages. So, you know, hopefully that will carry on.
Is this almost like a darting gap year then to a certain extent, where you can drop off the tour, you can do different bits, and then actually with a little bit of hindsight, that year where you can just hammer away at things may well be the perfect thing to get you back on tour?
Maybe. Only time will tell. I will take everything I'm asked to play in and I'm given. I'm not going to say that it's going to get me back on tour, but it's certainly going to help my cause.
Do you find you get in a rut? You've been on tour so long now. I remember being 2007, I was a qualifier at the UK Open, and you were coming in for your first tournament at the PDC. So 2007 to now, it's an awful long time. Can you get stuck in the rut? Are you improving in the last couple of months because you're doing something different and it's exciting again?
I think so, yeah. To be fair, it's not just about playing more and practicing more. It's having that something different to play in. So it's sort of, I don't know whether I'm allowed to say, give me that kick up the backside that I need, maybe. But also it's exciting to play in different things, and this is like, well, you know, I mean, it's brilliant. You've got great standard of play, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
In the throw, lovely though.
Oh.
In the throw, beautiful. I keep
Yeah,
telling everybody,
yeah.
it's the best throw you'll ever be on. It's brilliant.
Certainly is. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and hopefully we'll carry on.
Perfect start to your Super Series campaign, but you almost had the perfect leg as well, didn't you, earlier on in the day? You went 7 into 9. We can show you on the screen there. It was against Michael Huntley. It was in the 5th leg of that match. That's the second 180. And then when you get to the 144, and the way that first start goes in as well, were you fancying the task from that point?
To be fair, if you look at the first start when it goes in on the 144, there we go, when they're looking at this. Now, normally, I like mine to go just under the top wire, but it went on the left-hand side. Now, that, to me, still left 3/4 of the bed open because it's set up nice. I let it go, and as soon as I let go, I thought, that's not hard enough. I knew it was going to drop below. You know yourself, when you throw a dart and you know when it's going in, when you let go of it, you think, yeah, that's in, and that goes in. But that was like, no, that ain't there.
Would it have been better if it was to the right-hand side? Because you stand to the left-hand side of the hockey. So if it had been on the right-hand side, would it have left a better hole on the left?
It's not that, because it was in straight and it was in up, so it left 2/3 of the treble wide open, especially with that long point I use now. I just didn't throw it hard enough, and I tried to place it instead of get in. That was like, tried to place it, and that didn't happen. So, that's the way it goes.
Next time.
Maybe. You never know.
And talking about people getting close, you were walking up to the studio and Steve West missed double 12 for the 9 dart.
I know he's silly, isn't he? I mean, fancy missing double 12.
And this really, Scott, came from absolutely nowhere, if the truth be told.
Yeah, he's been struggling for most of his games today, and since Merv actually, beat him in the first game. But this is the most, he just looked focused, he just looked on it. And from the second 180, you never thought he was going to miss it.
Well, this is the first attempt, and he would have become the first player to have ever hit 3 in this building if it went.
I mean, if you look at those, the 60 and the 57, they were right in the centre. And that double 12 event was like, please go in. They were like, get in. And then maybe it was a little bit of nerves, maybe. I don't know. You'll have to ask Steve on that. But if you look at the 141, the 60 was dead centre. The 57, dead centre.
Not to beat for him, but it has been for you, Mervyn. Great to see you here today. Great to have you here at the Super Series. Many congratulations on a great day. Scott, thank you so much for your company as ever. We shall see you tomorrow. Plenty coming up, though, on Pluto TV. Once we're done, we've got the Tungsten Talk series. The latest of that will feature the Robert Thornton being the centre of attention. Then that's going to be followed with the story so far of Michael van Gerwen, the 3-time world champion. We'll be talking about the ups and downs of his career, some of his big successes, and maybe what's next for him. The live action will return tomorrow morning from 9:30. Series 10, Week 9, Session 2 of Group A, and then it's all eyes on finals night, Saturday evening, 7:30. The action will get underway, and of course, everyone vying for that place at Champions Week, which gets underway on April the 21st. So it's been an enthralling first day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Jamie Atkins just missing out, but it was a perfect day for Mervyn King here at the Super Series. He takes a throne after day 1. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's enough